I didn't intend to stream today, but I'm glad to have you with me. It's Thursday, November 6, 2025. I'm all up in arms, not necessarily for an important reason. I'm just incredulous that I can't go yell at the government. I want to go yell at the government like a good little towel. But anyway, before we get into all that, we got 2 hours together before the CCC meeting starts. I do really want to watch what they're going to talk about social consumption. That's important, all right? And I'm also not feeling very good today. So we'll hang out. We got 2 hours together. Roll the intro.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody of Funky Town.
Shortened intro today, but that's it. That's the melody of Funky Town. Hello! I'm a little towel. How's everybody doing? All right. Good morning, Christina. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Ralph. Now, I guess, yes, I'm all up in arms because I was all excited. You don't understand, okay? I am a towel. So I'm on the spectrum. We've talked about this before. And when I have something planned out, let me tell you, I gotta think about it all morning. I gotta prepare. I was ready to drive out to Worcester. I was going to be difficult, but I was like, I care a lot about this disproportionate impact study. This is what I'm telling you. You're all going to think this is ridiculous, but I'm very incredulous about it. All right? I got up this morning. I was all ready to go drive out to petition the government. I was going to say, government, I had this whole speech prepared. You don't understand. I was going to stand up there and say, why are we here? I was going to look directly at Commissioner Stebbins and say, why are we here? I was so incredulous about this disproportionate impact study from 2021 that cost $200,000 not being approved because of Commissioner Stebbins. First, he was upset about the Dormant Commerce Clause. Then, when that didn't make any sense, he got upset about the Donahue Institute from UMass's methodology. So anyway, now listen, I realize a lot of you are going to say, Grant, the fact that you can't go out to Worcester to yell at the government is not the most important thing in the world. You don't understand. You don't understand. I had plans, folks. The best laid plans of towels and men. It has been foiled. I'm not driving out there for no 3 p.m. listening session. I am not driving on the Mass Pike after 4 p.m. That is illegal. It's a violation of intergalactic towel law, and it's not happening. I have been outmaneuvered by the powers that be. You don't understand. You don't understand the government is very intelligent. We're going to screw him. Oh, goodness. Good morning, folks. All right, but outside of my incredulity, what we're going to do today, and also Michael Proctor's wife, Elizabeth Proctor, that's crazy. Now, I realize a lot of you have been saying to yourself, how can this continue to get so ridiculous? Good morning, Nancy. That is why I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm upset about not being able to petition the government. I'm very upset about that, but we are going to use the best of this. We're going to use this time to the best of our abilities. And during the pre-show, we'll talk about all of the overnight developments. I understand this. I am probably not the only one feeling this way. I don't understand how there can be so many developments back to back to back to back to back. Just every single day, it's something new. Okay? It's just constant. Yeah, there might be some 2 seconds. We should be back. All right? Hold tight. Should fix soon. All right. And by the way, the internet buffering is not me. I wish I could say I control the quality of the internet. I don't, but we should be back. Okay, so how's everybody doing? Sorry for that buffering. Of course, it started buffering right as I talked about what we were going to talk about today, which is, of course, these developments related to Michael Proctor's cell phone. And what I was saying while it was buffering over those 2 seconds, it wasn't necessarily the most important information in the world, but I was saying, I'm sure a lot of you feel like me. Okay, a lot of you probably feel, rightfully so, that this is just development after development after development after development. Every day there is something new. It's more and more and more going on. Okay, I feel that way right now. I've covered this case for years. Now, thanks, Ralph. Thanks very much. 2646 Q3M. It is a little cold around here. It's not really raining, but it's cold, so we'll see how the internet holds up. But anyway, my point is, I'm sure a lot of you are sympathetic to this position of it just feels like a tidal wave of information. The FOIA request, Proctor using his personal email about a motion about Jen McCabe in the Karen Reed case, the implications of it are, the 17 criminal cases impacted by Proctor's Cellphone-Gate. I want to talk about all of this again. We talked about some of it yesterday, but it just won't stop. Every single day there is something new. And then just to watch, it's very interesting to me to watch how Kate Peter in particular is maneuvering right now, because I think for whatever reason, she has all these distraction techniques, and we'll talk about it a little bit, that she's used. And for whatever reason, this Michael Proctor Cellphone-Gate is so explosive that it's causing Kate to go to the bottom of the barrel of her tactics. Hello, Troll in the North. Good morning. And Kate going to the bottom of the barrel in her tactics, it's interesting to analyze from a desperation perspective, right? Because you see this news dropping so often, and it's a combination of Marbury v. Madison, Corey A. Hopkins, doing FOIAs. It's a combination of the Rule 14 process in the Miles King and Brian Walsh and other cases. It's all this stuff. And I've noticed a pattern over the past few years where when big news would come out, that was damaging to Proctor, or Jen McCabe, or Tully, or whoever the hell, Kate Peter would try to use people as cannon fodder to deflect the attention of the Turtle Riders, or the Free Karen Reed people, or the Justice for John O'Keefe people, or whatever. That's not working right now, because there's nothing that can drown out the impact of Michael Proctor's Cellphone-Gate. It is so explosive, it touches so many different officers, Sean Good, Yuri, I'm sure, Brian Tully, and then the cell phone extraction leak from Tully involving messages removed from Lindsay's extraction while in MSP custody, removed that were from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay, all this stuff. And then what we talked about yesterday, the implications under the Fourth Amendment. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, as to whether Kate acted as a government agent in the context of the PI firm run by Marty Kraft, which was middlemaning the prosecution of Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed after Michael Morrissey recused in October of 2023 and appointed a special prosecutor. Wild. All right, just so much going on and that's why I'm really trying to explain why this tidal wave, both in form and in content, has so many implications. And this 2-hour block we have before the start of the 10 a.m. CCC hearing will be a good opportunity to talk about that. The evidentiary chain, okay, the fact that these people were talking has been an open secret for a long time. Yes, I'm worried Walsh may walk as well. I'm worried Miles King probably watch it. I'm probably one of the few people that often talks about the Miles King case because a lot of this discovery is in it. And I'm sure him or whatever, these people watch it. And his lawyers are probably like, yeah, he's going to walk. Alec Baldwin walked for something way less procedurally serious than what we're talking about here. So I'm worried Walsh is going to walk. I'm worried King's going to walk. I'm worried a lot of these people investigated by the CPAC unit are going to walk. And the issue is, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but you have these certain rights under the Constitution, in particular the Sixth Amendment right to confront your accuser, okay, and that really manifests itself in effective cross-examination. If Michael Proctor for 12 years was doing stuff that impacted cases he was investigating, and no one ever knew about that, and they couldn't cross-examine him, you get de novo, which means of the basic facts, beginning from de novo means anew, but it really means a review of the full factual record in light of the change of circumstance. You get de novo appellate review, I'm pretty sure. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Every case, it's like the Annie Dukem scandal, but worse in magnitude, less serious in scope of cases affected. Less cases affected, worse, more serious cases affected. All right? Because that was mostly about drug cases, but some of them were violent, but it was mostly about drug cases. The Annie Dukem drug lab scandal. And do you think it's a coincidence that Dukem was the one who was caught, but it was probably the whole system, and they assigned this lawyer George to her, whatever his last name is, Papadopoulos, I want to say. I don't remember. No, it might be something else. But anyway, they assigned this lawyer George to her. This is the same lawyer who they assigned to Lindsay at one point. Telling you, no coincidences, folks. No coincidences. But anyway, you can see here how it all centers around the implications of de novo review for the cases impacted by Proctor's unit, and then also this cozy relationship that it's the worst kept secret in Canton between like Jen McCabe and Tully and Kate Peter and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe and Michael Proctor and Jen McCabe and Michael Proctor and Kate and Michael Proctor and Tully and Elizabeth Proctor and Kate and Elizabeth Proctor and Jen McCabe. It was all like it's an intermeshed, overlapping, concentric sort of social circle of influence, and they all kind of spider out into their own little camps. But good morning, Nanya. Oh, FBI DOJ corruption survivor. If you want to talk, more evidence came out overnight. So let's just talk about it. All right, let me just bring this up for you. I always love a good request. No, it's not. FBI DOJ corruption survivor. I have to explain this to you. It's because Kate Peter was used as the hidden hand, the PI working for Marty Kraft to middleman Michael Morrissey's involvement in the Reed and Kearney prosecutions post-October 2023. That makes her integral because they weren't forthcoming about it, and then it also exposes violations of procedural due process rights of all sorts of different defendants that were being kind of regularly utilized by this unit, and Proctor's cell phone ties into all of this because Tully and Proctor and Yuri and John Fanning, by the way, which means it touches the Birchmore case as well, are all connected, right? And they were all talking, being a little flagrant. No one ever expected this to come out. And what you're going to see is, strangely, the linchpin to all this is Kate Peter. It's not Kate. You got to think about the form versus the content here, okay? Like, Kate Peter's not an effective tactical operator, but if you think about the way Hegel's philosophy and its form and content met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41, right? Hegel's content-inspired radical Marxism, and his form-inspired radical Marxism, his content-inspired Heidegger and you-know-who in the 30s. Those two ideologies met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41, okay? That's what you have to tease out here. Kate Peter's form versus her content. What she does is ineffective on the whole, but it's very damaging. The form of it, though, the relationships, the connected networks, make her the linchpin. It's not Kate Peter as a person. You could have any person in that role, Deanna Corby, whoever, it doesn't matter, Julie Ginto, whoever was the person as the PI operating to run these operations is the linchpin. All of the other factors in this play in because what's the motive to get Kraft's firm involved? What's the motive to get Kate Peter involved? Well, it was because this unit did weird stuff with Birchmore and the cover-up of that case for Farwell, and otherwise. Okay, they did weird stuff with Lindsay Gattani's phone, and Kate Peter's kind of like good plausible deniability until she's not. And that's why it's the linchpin, because when you have someone who's called like a political fixer, they're like a Roy Cohn or a Roger Stone. Bro, let me give you an example from the election of let me think, was it 72? Yeah, so the Democratic Party, the Democratic primary in 72, President Nixon obviously won handily in 68 because Johnson withdrew from the race, and then whoever the Dems ran, McGovern or whatever in 68 was just a catastrophe. Now, 72, okay, now we can talk a little bit about how Nixon kind of worked with the South Vietnamese to facilitate the victory in 68. That's not really relevant. What I want to talk about here is the election of 72, and in particular the primary. So the Democratic primary in 72 was between Senator Muskie and it might have been McGovern in 72 actually. But the point is, Muskie was the more viable candidate in the general. He was more moderate. He was a more viable Dem. Nixon's presidency was kind of on the rocks, as you know, Watergate, CIA tension, resignation of Hoover, etc., etc. But what I'll tell you is, what's very important to understand from this analogy is that Roger Stone, Richard Nixon wanted McGovern to win the 72 primary because McGovern was more liberal than Muskie, and Nixon rightfully predicted that a more liberal progressive voice in 72 would hurt the Dems in the general. He was right. He won the 72 election. Now, the other thing is, the way Roger Stone worked for President Nixon in 72, and he will tell you about this himself. There's interviews about this. One of the things he did was, Roger Stone went to Vermont, I think it was, and he made a $1,000 donation and wrote the U.S. Communist Party and gave it to Senator Muskie. Senator Muskie's staff was just accepting donations. They took the check. Stone then had derogatory information, and smears started spreading that Muskie was taking donations from the Communist Party. He wasn't, but it looked like he was. Okay, plausible deniability. Stone can be like, or Richard Nixon could be like, I didn't do that. Stone was working for whoever the hell over at Committee to Re-elect the President, which it was called CREEP. By its detractors. Stone, it was Roger Stone. We didn't know what he was doing. That's a Kate Peter, all right? That was, now Roger Stone doing that to Muskie in the 72 primary was a very early example, rudimentary, spycraft, whatever. The technological age has kind of democratized access to this sort of behavior, but it also means it's far more rudimentary. And to bring this all back, that's why I say it's the form versus content. It's not Kate Peter as a person. She's not a good operative. It is the fact that she was the operative that ties all of this together in ex post facto analysis, and the fact that all these documents are coming forth literally every day. It's a tidal wave. Okay, we even got more documents last night, is a testament to the fact that she's the linchpin that could bring this whole thing down. It is a house of cards built on a foundation thin as gruel, reflecting a Dickensian drama that resulted in the most vulnerable and the unheard being forsaken because they didn't know the right people in the political system, and I won't stand for it. All right, so let's look at this new document. Where is it? Hold on. Here it is. All right, so Marbury v. Madison, just a boss. She's just a boss. Nobody, I don't care what side of what case you're on, Marbury v. Madison is a boss. I love that case, but she's also just a boss. Look at this. Do you know how much of a keen eye you have to find this? Do you know what a FOIA request is like? That she probably got a lot of documents, folks. A lot of TAL documents. I'm calling them TAL documents, but they're really just documents. You have to have a keen eye to know that what this is Proctor sending something from his personal email to his state email, and then to tie that, right, to see the redaction, realize, oh, Proctor to Proctor, oh my God, he did what Morrissey did. Morrissey also used his personal cell phone. Oh goodness, what does this mean? Oh, that's big. But then, just seeing that alone is enough. But look what she found him sending to himself. It's a Rule 17. Oh, goodness. Hello, 3 Clerk Monty. Hello, Nunya again. Hello, Bossy Texas Chicabella. Hello, Flintstone 88. Morning. Good morning, my dear friend. Yeah, we're together for a while today. We got a 10 a.m. CCC meeting, so we get 2 hours. No, it's pretty... I was up early because I was all ready to go testify and have the government redress my grievances about an important report conducted by conducted related to a very interesting disproportionate area of impact concept, and I'm not going to go down that road again because I'm waving my arms around in anger about it already. All right, but anyway, now you might be saying to yourself, oh, yeah, Grant, but what Rule 17 request? He does that all the time in his job. Oh, yeah? Well, you go to Dee Dee, right, who's part of Team Docket Rocket Stars. Okay, you go over here, right, and Dee Dee's like, oh, let's guess what this Rule 17 motion was. Oh, look at Dee Dee. Dee Dee's just a boss. Dee Dee's like, I wonder if it was this. Oh, I wonder if it was this. Oh, boy. Oh, you are very funny, Bossy Texas Chicken Belt. Okay, but yes, was it this? Is anyone really doubting it? What other Rule 17 do we have here? Yes, let's take a look at this one. Yes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm going to guess that both the Jen McCabe phone extraction and the Michael Proctor extraction were obtained via the feds via a warrant. Okay, whether this term like a Title III tap keeps getting thrown around. I don't think they tapped them. They cloned their phones. I don't know how they did it. I don't want to know. It's not my business. But they cloned their phones. Okay, that's why Jen McCabe's phone was cloned. That's why Proctor's phone was cloned. It was done legally. The question is, what was the context? Was it to trap them for obstruction? Was it to monitor them? I don't really know. Okay, I can't really figure it out. Flintstone88 asks, by the way, just so folks understand. So let me just do yes, Flintstone88, I will do that for you, dear friend. But let me just show you this. So Rule 17, Proctor's personal email involved. The Rule 17 is clearly about Jen McCabe or Michael Proctor, and then there's also one about Elizabeth Proctor. Okay? And then if we look at the date, December 28th, I think that was probably, 2022? And then what was this date? November 16, 2023. So it looks like, and let's check the date of this. Oh, how interesting. He sent them, one was November 16, 2023, and it looks like the other one was December 28, 2023. And Proctor sends the email on December 22nd. All right, so it couldn't have been this one unless there was something filed before that date, because this looks like it's December 28, 2023. This one is November 16th, so it looks like this is an opposition, because this one wasn't filed yet, the one about Elizabeth Proctor. It looks like what Proctor sent to himself was an opposition to the document filed by the Karen Reed defense on November 16, 2023, related to Jen McCabe and Proctor, because that was, Proctor sends it to himself from his personal email to his state email on December 22nd, 2023. All right? And that this is what he was probably responding to. Now, I had a request before we continue on Towell's very interesting explication of the reverberations of all of this. I had a request to talk about the results in New York. Now, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, okay? But I'll talk about it a little bit more today. All right. There are two visions for the world. Three, really. One is called secular humanism. That is dangerous, in my opinion, as a Catholic. One is called communism. That's even more dangerous because they're just straight up militant atheists. And then one is kind of like a Christian, not like a theocracy, but just like a Christian-inspired multi-faith perspective. Because really, what are the different big religions outside of Hinduism other than an evolution of like Isaac, Abraham, etc., etc.? All comes out of the main one branch, right? You could call it version 1, 2, and 3. But the reason I'm talking about this, okay, is that there's a very real emergence of a communist-driven world order that is, I don't even know if we domestically in the United States realize it because we're very siloed, okay? The Chinese government is communist. They are unapologetically communist. They use capitalism to buttress their influence, but they are unapologetically communist, okay? They work with the Russians, okay? The Russians pretend to be capitalist, but they're really like an oligarchical dictatorship, which is mostly focused on like titans of industry with connects to the KGB who run the state. It's like a 1984 totalitarian dictatorship. Okay, you can't even like sing certain songs outside in Russia. So you have China and Russia, basically communist one-party totalitarian dictatorships. Then you have Saudi Arabia, which is also a one-party, basically totalitarian Islamic, a specific sect of Islamic dictatorship heavily influenced by Wahhabi Islam, which is very militant. Okay, that's 3 of the 5 BRICS countries. Okay, then you have India, which is its own player. You have to understand complex geopolitics in India and Pakistan, and you have to understand what India is as a country to understand their role in this, because they have a lot of people. But I don't want to go down that road. I don't know it as well. I know a little bit about what's going on in the Kashmir, and then you have to understand, like, Pakistan and India have disputes about the Kashmir, but China also controls part of the Kashmir, but their recognition of that part of the Kashmir isn't recognized by India, and there's this battle about it. It's very complicated. But the point is, that's 4/5. And then the last one is Brazil. Okay, Brazil is also like they swing from like wildly like fascist right-wing governments to like wildly like almost communist left-wing governments, and then they like imprison their prior leaders. Like, it's very strange. It's kind of like Venezuela, but a little bit more like I don't know if you can call that democratic. I guess it's pure democratic. It's a little more chaotic. So to understand the election results in New York, you have to understand the geostrategic orientation of those 5 countries: Brazil, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, and China. Okay, if you understand those 5 countries, if you understand what China's doing with its Belt and Road Initiative, what it's doing by developing undersea cables, the downfall of American prestige after the exposure of the data copying programs related to the Five Eyes, you just have to understand how soft power works in the geopolitical context, and those 5 countries are starting to emerge as a real competitor to American Western and NATO Western influence on the world scene. Now, to understand this, you really have to look. Oh goodness! All right, you have to go back to let's go back to the multipolar world. Okay, the emergence of the sovereign nation state in 1648 after the Westphalian Peace. You had a multipolar world for a very long time. It kind of transitioned from the European dynasties to like modern states around World War I with the fall of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and etc., etc., etc. Then you had a bipolar era emerge after World War II, where it was just the United States and the Soviet Union, and that's what you would call bipolarity. Then, after 1992, you had what was called unipolarity, where the only major world hegemon was the United States. Now, what you're seeing is a return to, I don't even know what to call it. I call it like post-polarity. I've written an essay about this academically. It's kind of like sovereign nation states aren't as important. What's important is the way corporations align with the interest of nation states to facilitate geostrategic expansion of land and resource acquisition, because there's a reciprocal symbiotic relationship between a state's ability to exist and a corporation, the corporations within that state's ability to exist. Corporations hunt for states as vessels to protect their interest, and so that's why you have to understand the win for this sort of communist figure in New York, a militant communist figure in the wider geopolitical context, because the contest right now, no one's even talking about it, but what's going to decide whether or not American influence and the world that was built up after World War II, the liberal world order, not liberal as in left versus right, but sort of human rights based and sort of free access, freedom-based sort of values. Whatever you want to say about capitalism, it's a very good system for promoting freedom. Whether that should be supplanted in the name of economic efficiency by a system driven more like Russia or China's, which is a one-party state that's communist and basically controls the population. Now, here's why this is really bad for the United States, because I don't even know if voters understand this, which makes me concerned. In the United States right now, the reason why our economic power is protected is because after 72, there was this situation with the gold standard that had been developed. Some of the, I think it was France or something, sent a battleship to collect some of their bullion from the Federal Reserve in New York. And so it caused us, like, I don't know if we didn't have enough to pay for it or whatever, but we got a little skittish about paying people for their dollars in gold. So we switched to, after Bretton Woods up in New Hampshire, the conference, it was in 72, I think, we switched to the gold, we switched off the gold standard to this petrodollar concept. And the petrodollar, it basically pegs the value of the dollar to like commodity trading and oil, but the only reason it really works, because like otherwise you'd have like all these floating currencies whose values weren't pegged to anything if you just got rid of the gold or silver standard. So instead you have this petrodollar concept, which like pegs the value of currencies. It's like a floating sort of evaluator to the value of the dollar, basically, or the value of the dollar's pegged. I think that's what it is. It's like the trade in oil is interconnected to the value of the dollar, which defines world currency. Like, that's basically the system. Here's why this is such a big deal. For a long time, you have to think about the oil embargo in the United States in the 70s. For a long time, the OPEC countries were very opposed to the United States and Israel. Like, they hated Israel, they hated the United States, like, they hated us. And so they would screw us by, like, withholding oil production. Now, what we did after 72 to break the embargo is a few things. We made concessions to a lot of these different nation states. And then what also happened was there was like a moderate faction of a lot of these countries that didn't want to get taken over, like what happened in 79 in Iran, by like a very radical version of Islam. So what they did was they aligned more with like Israel in the West. You can see this in Jordan, which is basically a vassal state for Israel. You can see this with Egypt after the Arab Spring, with the takedown of Gaddafi in Libya, like especially after the Abrams Accord. Even Saudi Arabia was never really like anti-US. What they were doing is they had kind of a mini rebellion in 79 in Mecca at the Black Cube at the same time that the Iranian Revolution happened. And to prevent those radicals from overthrowing Saudi Arabia when it wasn't as strong as it was today, they made an agreement with the Wahhabis, who operated out of Kandahar in Pakistan. It was the bin Laden family, actually, to give like militant Islamic groups influence over Saudi Arabia in exchange for those groups not trying to overthrow Saudi Arabia and the ruling family. Now, that ruling family, especially after MBS's takeover of the kingdom, following the Vegas, like clearly the Vegas shooting with Stephen Paddock was like a central component of the Saudi Arabian coup, because right after that went down, MBS took over the hereditary crown with King Solomon's blessing, and then like imprisoned MBZ, and MBZ was like a Western intelligence operative, but at the same time he was very kind of hostile to this westernization that MBS was pushing. MBS is Mohammed bin Salman, who's the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia. But you also have to understand Saudi Arabia's emergence as more aligned with Israel post the rise of MBS, who's looking towards westernization a lot like China looked at pseudo-capitalism, like perestroika that the Soviets tried under who was it, Brezhnev at the very end there. I don't know if it was Brezhnev, Gorbachev at the very end. What they're doing is they're not actually becoming capitalists. They're not becoming more loyal to the West. They're using it to buttress their emergence onto the international world order. And what are they going to do to cut the head off the snake? This is what's key. They're going to stop trading oil in dollars, okay? I think, from what I understand, it was either the Iranians or the Saudi Arabians accepted payment from the Chinese in yuan for barrels of oil within the past few months. They're just going to start doing that. They're going to cut the head off the snake. And to tie it back to New York, that's why ideologically it doesn't really matter, okay, what you vote for. Civil services in the United States are generally going to continue, barring very catastrophic political developments. You do not want to get sucked into this mentality that the government should do more for you, and therefore we should become communist, because not only is that bad, it is wrong, it doesn't work, it is inefficient, and it will lead to totalitarianism. You're also empowering our enemies. You are inadvertently empowering our enemies because you're building within the United States this umbrella or this coalition of people who are basically communist that are going to side with the Chinese and the Russians, and they're not going to understand what that means, and then we're going to lose our influence on the world scene, and it's going to decimate our economic production, our job growth, and everything else. So, I apologize for going down that rabbit hole, but it is... You want to ask about why I am so why this is so apocalyptic, why I am so concerned about that. It is because it reflects a sympathy towards our enemies. And no one even understands that we are heading towards a very serious confrontation that will determine the survival of our country people, our countrymen and women. And people don't see it. It's about to happen. What happens when economic depressions hit? Okay, well, you have a period of very, very shocking instability, and then there is a war, because war boosts economic production for both sides, and then you move forward. That's the cycle. Look at the cycle every single time, dating back to like the 1800s. And we're going to see it here. People don't see it coming, and aligning with the communists is not the solution. Ugh, so I'm frustrated, in short. Hi, Irene. It's great to see you. Nunya says, can we brainstorm a new way to administer justice? Yes, we're appointing Nunya as the captain of a ship. Nunya has complete command over the ship. Whatever Nunya says goes. There you go. Bravo, new justice system. All right, let's get back to the Karen Reed, Michael Proctor emails. Like I said, though, this is a public information service. It's kind of like C-SPAN. You just say something in the comment, I may want to talk. So, say things at your own risk, I suppose, because I have things to say. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, and by the way, this is literally coverage of a regulatory hearing at 10 a.m. The pre-show is just about the developments of these related to these new documents. So again, FOIA comes out overnight, Michael Proctor sending stuff that invokes his own personal email, which is horrible. We're now going to go down a whole nother path with that, I'm sure. And then it's about this, which ties into Jen McCabe and Proctor. It's bad, bad, bad. Now, let's watch a video. Listen, I want to watch two videos, okay? The first one, oh, Bossy Texas Chick, you got a shout out on Twitter, by the way, like 4 times today. I want to start with this video, okay? This one's only 13 minutes. In this video, I talk about how some people think that the release of Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction was an accident. And then, the reason why I want to play it for you is then I had Google summarize my theory or my explanation. And listen, if you missed yesterday's stream, I don't know how I delivered this deadpan, because when I watched it back, I just burst out laughing. And I don't mean to undermine the severity of the topic being discussed, but I absolutely, in this case, was using humor as a little bit of a hook to get people to pay attention to a serious issue. Nonetheless, I broke out laughing. I don't even know how this happened, all right? So we're going to listen to Little Towel here for a sec, and then we'll come back and watch the Google overview of this, because this explains... It touches on Proctor, but it also explains why this is all tied together, okay? And then if Jay comes in, we'll watch the government agent overview again, because I know how much Bossy Texas Chick's going to love that. All right, let's go.
You got the release of Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction in April of 2024. You got Kate Peter, who's this PI working for this guy named Marty Kraft. Marty Kraft's got connections to Brian Tully and his state police unit and the Norfolk DA. And then you got this guy, Jason Broyles, who we'll come to find out appeared for the first time under his real name in the fall of 2023 to pay for a free Karen Reed billboard, and then disappeared, and then came back in the spring or winter of 2024, right after another operative named Father Mark Murphy, who was using something called the Jennings Report, got exposed for writing these weird hit pieces about Lindsay Gattani that seemed to be at the behest of Kate Peter, which no one could really make sense of at the time. But then Jason reappears under a fake name, pretending to be a woman, and he does the same thing. He picks up where the Jennings Report and Mark Murphy left off after Murphy got exposed, a former Catholic priest, for running that Jennings Report. As soon as that happened, Broyles comes up as Haley. Haley, he calls a social experiment. Haley starts doing the same stuff, I think, for Kate that Mark Murphy was doing. Why would Broyles be doing that? Well, what if he was a mole for Kate, trying to pretend to be pro-Turtle Boy and pro-Karen Reed by specifically focusing attacks on Lindsay Gattani to get credibility with Turtle Boy's inner circle, so that Broyles could then feed intel back to Kate, who was working as a PI for Marty Kraft, who was working with Tully, who was middlemaning the prosecution of Aidan Kearney because Michael Morrissey had recused and assigned a special prosecutor, but in reality, Morrissey was still in charge of the prosecution and talking to both Tully and Kate and Jen McCabe directly. Everybody understand? Oh yeah, it's that interwoven. Now, you got some other people there. Nick Garino was the trooper in the bottom there who processed both Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction before it was leaked by Brian Tully in April of 2024. And by the way, there's got to be some Kate Peter involvement in that leak of Lindsay Gattani's 15-year unredacted phone extraction for this reason. Kate Peter's messages to Lindsay, some of them were removed, okay, from the extraction while it was in MSP custody before Tully leaked the unredacted extraction to Turtle Boy's lawyer in April of 2024. All right? Secondly, there were also messages from Tully to Lindsay removed from that extraction while it was in MSP custody before it was leaked. Okay, so pretty strong indication Tully and Kate had some kind of communication about that extraction, not only removing their messages, but releasing it. And you might be saying to yourself, why would they do this? How would they do this? Where's the prosecutor? Well, Tully personally leaked that phone extraction. He personally hand-delivered it while Ken Mello was in the hospital. And a lot of you have been saying, no, even I heard Broken Baker the other day. He was happy to clarify that unlike Poland, Okay, Denmark can into space. All right, that is great news for the Danes. Congratulations. I'm thrilled to hear you have Danish astronauts. This is truly a stunning crowning achievement for the Danish people. God bless the King of Denmark. I'm an American towel. I'm glad you all have reached space, okay? But even Broken Baker was like, no, you don't understand, Grant. Tully just accidentally slipped, fell, removed messages from him and Kate to Lindsay, and then tripped his way all the way down the highway, ended up at an IHOP, and just released the information to Bradel. He was just slipping. He had an accident. It was totally an accident. He just slipped, fell, somehow edited a Celebrite extraction while he was stumbling around, and then got Nick Garino somehow involved in this snowball that took them from the Canton Police Department, from Canton, right, where the Norfolk DA is. They're just stumbling and tripping. The extraction's getting manipulated to protect Tully and Kate. They keep stumbling. They're just a block. They're on like the ice roads at this point. They somehow get all the way to Tim Bradel in person. They're still stumbling, and then I totally see how this could happen. One of them goes to tie their shoe. They stumble over the other one. They just fall, and then the extraction with only the stuff from Lindsay to Kate and from Tully to Lindsay removed just goes into Tim Bradel's hand. You see what I'm saying? Total accident. You can entirely see how these series of events, as a result of this snowball and icy roads and tripping over each other while tying their shoes, could lead to them leaking Lindsay Gattani's unredacted cell phone extraction. Baker, I totally see where you're coming from. I just don't think that's very rational, all right? As much as I'm willing to entertain the possibility that Brian Tully tripped, somehow drove 40 miles, and while on the way, Nick Garino and him were like slipping on ice and edited the extraction, at which point they fell over when they arrived at Tim Bradel's precise location and just flew into although I'm not really sure about that. I think you need some kind of angular momentum to actually, like that Eminem song, you don't just trip and fall and all possibilities, all right? I want us all to be on the same page. Yes, as 3 Clerk Monty said, under Newton's laws of physics, there is at least a 0.00001% chance that what I just described is how Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction got leaked. All right. So, but I think in the interest of fairness, and there's no ice on the roads in April in Massachusetts, as far as I know. I don't think Brian Tully tripped, and I don't think that's what led to him leaking Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction. And furthermore, even if somehow he was so physically clumsy that Tim Bradel was standing in the office and he tripped and just flung it at him, that doesn't explain how Nick Garino was involved and why the extraction was manipulated to remove messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay. All right, even the tripped, fell, and it just landed in Tim Bradel's lap theory can't explain that. All right, yes, absolutely, folks. I'm willing to dive deep into a Newtonian analysis. I'm telling you, when Newton was writing his Tractus, when he was writing his theory of the laws of physics, this is what he was thinking about. He was thinking, I have to write laws that will help people understand whether Brian Tully tripped, fell, and landed on Tim Bradel with Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction. You can call me Isaac Towell Newton. Okay, now, but there's a video that contravenes this theory, okay? I'm thrilled we're all on the same page about this, but there's a video we have to watch, all right? Now, you might be saying, oh, dear God, Grant, did Ken Mello really get up in court and tell the world that Brian Tully released it intentionally? Yes, Ken Mello did that. Yes, we are going to watch the moment. And you might be saying, Grant, I thought you were going to read a post. I am going to read a post. I'm just pontificating a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I'm Untitled Towel. No, I think Lindsay posted this recently. I remember watching the clip. Let me go into Lindsay Towell's feed. She can be a towel. I think we all agree that Lindsay is a towel. Actually, let's take a vote. Okay. Hold on. We're going to take a vote. Yes, Lindsay is one. Yes, Lindsay is a hero. Or 2, no, I love communists. All right, so you can vote against Lindsay, but you're going to have to declare yourself a communist. If you want to do that, listen, I'm just saying, clearly a lot of people in New York are commies, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm not really sure we have a lot of commies in the chat. So if you want to vote against Lindsay, you got to declare yourself a commie. That is what we call a push poll. All right, where's this video? I got it! Lindsay had the video up and ready. You know why? Because she's an erudite, cogent, and wonderful little towel. All right. I found it on... One sec. Not yet. Hold on. I got to take down the chat. Okay. Everybody ready? Let's do it.
In that regard, there's huge amounts of information. Rather than not provide something and have Mr. Braylon say, this was withheld from me, and this is potentially exculpatory, it was our decision to give him everything we had. We don't know what we may use at time of trial and what we may not use. But it's there, Your Honor. And, I can't say why we didn't, obviously the reason we didn't reduce that is because we don't know what we have and what Mr. Braylon may feel is germane and not germane. So that's why he received the large volume he did. Obviously, we're not trying to withhold anything, Your Honor. In fact, when I was hospitalized, I was getting emails and requests for this, and a colleague of mine who did appear on my behalf on one day responded with a discovery package that he believed met Mr. Braylon's request. Subsequent to that, we provided him with numerous discovery documents, and when I'm having a difficult time with judges, Mr. Braylon saying we've gotten thousands of photographs or whatever else that don't come like, well, if we didn't provide these materials, Your Honor, then we have the same issue that we have just tremendous amounts of material to go through. And this will also be the subject may come before Your Honor for some.
Yep. So point proven. I think the laws of physics say that Brian Tully did not trip and fall and accidentally release Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, and he did it on purpose because there wasn't as much oversight because Ken Mello was in the hospital. But yeah, and then also to answer Bossy Texas Chick's question, I don't think Michael Proctor using bad words is the moral issue here. There's a lot of issues. One, you've got to be willing to confront that this unit, Brian Tully's unit, released Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction as a distraction to help their friends Jen McCabe and Kate Peter. Second of all, okay, because nothing would take public attention off Jen and Kate, specifically Jen. That was the one they were really trying to help in April of 2024. Okay, number two. Michael Proctor, it's not about using the bad words. We've talked about this before, I think, Bossy Texas Chick. It's procedural due process. You have a right under the Sixth Amendment. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. You have a right to confront your accuser. If there's prejudicial information, like say Proctor called the defendant like a racial slur, you have a right to confront him. Doesn't mean you're innocent, but if you're deprived the right to confront him, that's the serious issue here. All right, so I want folks to understand that. The third thing is, you all, and we'll watch the video, I think you all should understand, I think they set Proctor up. Okay? It wasn't that Proctor set Karen up, or Tully set Aiden up. No. What happened with Aiden Kearney, we can watch a video on that. But it wasn't that there was a setup. I'm going to show you, actually. Oh, no, I disappeared. I'm going to show you this video, all right? Because I think this video will help explain this to some of you. I put together a nice video, and it does a really good job. But first, let's talk about whether what happened to Aiden Kearney was a setup. I think the word setup misinterprets a bump, okay? A bump is not a setup. A bump is a psychological operation designed to destabilize a target and, like Donna Adelson, get them to give up something that they weren't otherwise going to give up. That is not entrapment. That is a bump, all right? So I want to watch this little video here.
And so that's why I don't actually play the video, but it's important to hear the end.
All right. It's a good video. I think it does a good job kind of highlighting what I'm trying to say right now. And it's short, and that's what we're going to talk about first, all right? Then we will talk about the Michael Proctor cell phone situation and why it's not about what the words he used. No one is saying that Michael Proctor using a bad word is the reason why the fallout from this is apoplectic. It's bad because under the rules, under the Constitution of the United States of America, you cannot do these type of things. If you use words like that about a defendant, I suppose, if you disclose it, it's just an ethical violation. If you use words like that about a defendant and hide them from the discovery process, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and that's why this is such a big deal. If they find out he withheld that information, it compromises all of the cases. I agree, Bossy Texas Chick. A bump is very different. Yeah, I agree, Nunya. He did do it on purpose. Now, listen, the reason why I wanted to play that video is, folks, you have to see the way Google summarized this. It is the funniest thing. I can't believe, like, yes, it does a really good job of talking about the implications, which I appreciate, but the way it summarizes the thing about Tully and the snowball, oh my goodness, I can't even put it into words. All right, just listen for yourself. It's so great. It's so great.
All right, let's talk about the Karen Reed case. There's this wild story that's been bubbling up, and it's not even about the trial itself. It's about the evidence. We're going to dive into a massive data leak that raises some pretty serious questions about how law enforcement is operating here. I mean, just think about this for a second. How on earth does a decade and a half of someone's private phone data, we're talking texts, photos, contacts, everything, end up out in the open? And get this, released by the very people who are supposed to be protecting it. So this all blew up in April of 2024. The complete, totally unredacted phone data of a key person in this whole affair, Lindsay Gaetani, was just leaked. And I'm not just talking about a couple of messages. We're talking about her entire digital life laid bare for everyone to see. 15 years. Just let that sink in. Imagine everything on your phone going all the way back to the mid-2000s, just suddenly becoming public information. It's a huge breach of privacy, and it makes you ask one thing right away. How could this possibly happen? Okay, so to figure out how this went down, we really have to look at the people involved. And trust me, it is a complicated web of state troopers, private investigators, and even online operatives, all connected in some really crucial ways. Let's try to untangle this a bit. You've got State Police Officer Brian Tully. He's the one who allegedly leaked the data. Then there's Kate Peter, a private investigator. And what's really weird is that her messages with Gaetani were mysteriously scrubbed from the data before it got out. Trooper Nick Reno is the one who processed the data. And all of this whole handover, happened while the special prosecutor, Ken Mello, was literally in the hospital. The theory is that this was all meant to protect people like Jen McCabe, who's a key witness in the main case. So how did this happen? Well, one story being floated is that it was just a series of clumsy accidents, a real comedy of errors that, whoops, resulted in a massive data breach. As you can probably guess, not a lot of people are buying that one. So the accident theory, and you gotta hear this, goes something like this. An officer tripped? Okay. And while he was stumbling, he just happened to perfectly edit a cell phone extraction, removing very specific messages. Then, apparently, he morphed into a snowball, rolled down the highway, and tumbled right into the defense lawyer's office, delivering the data. You know, a total accident. Yeah, as one source put it, it's just ludicrous. You don't trip and fall and end up in that situation. It makes no sense. So, if it wasn't some bizarre accident, what was it? Well, there's a much more compelling argument out there that this leak was no accident. It was a deliberate, calculated move. And there's actually evidence that points right in that direction. Just consider these points for a minute. A clumsy trip doesn't explain why specific messages from Trooper Tully himself and from PIK Peter were surgically removed from the data. It also doesn't explain the timing. Why would Tully hand deliver this package personally while the one guy who could provide any oversight, Prosecutor Ken Mello, was out of commission in the hospital? And this isn't just speculation. This is Special Prosecutor Ken Mello testifying in court. He confirms it. He says that while he was hospitalized, his colleague, Tully, delivered the evidence package. This tells us that someone took it upon themselves to act while their superior was unavailable. So let's just lay it all out, side by side. In one corner, you have the accident theory, which, involves snowballs and doesn't explain any of the key facts, like the edited data. And in the other corner, you have the intentional leak theory. This one actually explains the missing messages and is backed up by court testimony and some seriously suspicious timing. So that brings us to the biggest question of all, right? If this was a deliberate act by a member of law enforcement, what was the motive? Why on earth would an officer intentionally leak 15 years of someone's private life? Well, according to the sources we're looking at, the answer is just one word: distraction. The whole point of this massive data dump was to create a media frenzy, a public circus, and completely change the conversation. And what was the goal of this distraction? It was allegedly to get everyone to stop looking at other key figures in the case. Specifically, people who were friends of the police unit, like Jen McCabe and PI Kate Peter. By throwing Gaetani's entire private life out there, they could seize control of the public narrative at a really critical moment and create one heck of a diversion. You know, this story is so much bigger than just a data leak. It's really about the alleged weaponization of evidence, and it leaves us with a really unsettling question. What happens to justice when evidence isn't being used to find the truth, but is instead being used as a weapon to control a story?
Yep, and that's exactly what I believe is happening. The whole narrative around the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, at least on the side of these troopers and their friends, was to insulate themselves from accountability should people ask the wrong questions. Now, look at this chat, all right? Look at the timeline. Look at that, April 2024. Jen McCabe starting to get a lot of attention on the right there. Oh, the release of Lindsay's phone. Telling you folks, the data doesn't lie. People close to Kate Peter might, but the data, it doesn't lie. It don't lie, folks. It don't lie. She don't lie. I'm telling you. The data is like a North Star. Never question the data. Simply reconcile your cognitive dissonance. All right. I'm clearly not feeling that well today, but that's okay. I'm a little towel. Let's take a look at what bossy Texas chick wanted to learn about, because she's a boss, she's from Texas, and she's a chick. All right, now, however, though, I have bad news for you, bossy Texas chick. We can't play trivia yet, because after we read this for you, I'm going to watch the Kate Peter PI government agent video, and we're all excited about that one. Now, let's... Oh, that's a little too much zoom. Hold on, I'm unzooming. All right. Let's take a look at this. This is under Rule 14. Now, I linked the document, if you want to read along with us. You can just go ahead and be a good little towel, and you can find that document in the comments. Now, it says, investigative materials. The prosecutor shall disclose to the defense and permit the defense to discover, inspect, and copy each of the following items and information provided it is relevant to the case and in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, the prosecuting office, or any member of the prosecution team. Any written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statements made by the defendant or a co-defendant. The grand jury minutes and the written record or recorded statements of a person who has testified before a grand jury. Names, addresses, DOBs, and known contact info of the prospective witnesses for the state other than LEOs. Written or recorded statements of persons the prosecutor may call as witnesses, and notes of interviews by LEOs with the person the prosecutor may call as witnesses unless contained within a disclosed statement or report. The names, business telephone numbers, business emails, and business addresses of prospective LEO witnesses. Intended court opinion evidence other than evidence that pertains to the defendant's criminal responsibility and is subject to Rule 14.4. Such discovery shall include the identity, CV, and list of publications of each intended expert witness, current CV, and all reports prepared by the expert that pertain to the case. All photographs, video, and audio recordings, or other tangible objects, all police or investigator reports, and all intended exhibits. Reports of physical examinations of any person or of any scientific test or experiments. A summary of identification procedures and all written, recorded, or oral statements made in the presence of or by an identifying witness that are relevant to the issue of identity or to the fairness or accuracy of the identification procedures. And then we got to go over here. Examples. Items or information favorable to the defense include but are not limited to: with respect to any witness the prosecutor may call, any promise, reward, or inducement sought, requested by, offered to, or given to such witness. Any criminal record of such witness not contained in the court activity record provided pursuant to Rule 14.2. Now, they do get it, but there's all these rules about whether you can actually ask witnesses about that. There's like a statutory bar on the length of time related to the conviction, whether it has to do with honesty, whether there's all these rules about it. It's very complicated. I don't want to get into it. Any criminal case pending against such a witness at any relevant time, whether brought by the prosecuting office or by a prosecuting office in any other jurisdiction. Any written statement or oral statement of such witness that is inconsistent with any written statement or oral statement known to the prosecutor by the witness, that recants any written statement or oral statement known to the prosecutor by the witness, or that omits, adds, varies, or supplements any written statement or oral statement known to the prosecutor by the witness. And remember, LEOs are witnesses. Any. It says any, no limitation. Any written statement or oral statement of such witness that is inconsistent with any written statement or oral statement known to the prosecutor made by any other witness the prosecutor may call. Any information, here's a key one, bossy Texas chick, any information reflecting bias or prejudice against the defendant by such witness, or which otherwise reflects bias or prejudice against any class or group of which the defendant is a member. Any crime, charged or uncharged, committed by such witness, if known to the prosecutor, prosecuting office, or any member of the prosecution team. Any information about such witness contained in any database or list of information about LEO misconduct maintained by or available to the prosecuting office, and any information about any mental or physical impairments or condition of such witness that may cast doubt on such witness's ability to testify truthfully and accurately concerning any relevant event. All right. Do you understand why this is so expansive in scope? It is so expansive. All right. Hold on. Oh, okay, we're all being friendly. Remember the rules. I don't care if you disagree with people, but we have rules in the chat. No being derogatory, no being discriminatory, no sea lioning, no bad faith trolling. Don't engage into personalities. Disagree without being disagreeable, and I'm a little towel. Now listen, we get to watch Tal's favorite video. You think we had a fun time reading that image? Oh no. We're about to have a lot more fun because we get to learn about why Kate Peter might be a government agent. And more than that, we get to learn about what a government agent is. People think government agent is some kind of spy. No! Goodness, folks, we got to. The operative concept here is agency. Like, are you acting in a capacity as an agent for the government? Doesn't mean are you spying on the communists. Now, you want to go spy on the communists, you're a government agent. But you're not a government agent. That doesn't mean you're a secret agent. Like that, what was the show on Nickelodeon, Kim, whatever it was. You are not a secret spy all the time. It has a completely different meaning. All right, now, we are going to listen to this video. We're going to be erudite, cogent, informed little towels. And then we might be able to play trivia because this is only 26 minutes. So, get ready to be informed. I know a lot of you learned this yesterday, and you might find it frustrating. Some of you didn't. It doesn't matter. Reinforcement is the best way to learn. And maybe during trivia, we'll do a quiz on some of the material. That's perfect. I'm a genius. All right. You're all geniuses, too. We're all little towels. Take it away, towel.
All right, here we go. Sometimes it does it. Sometimes it doesn't. Depends if it likes me or not on that day. All right, here we go.
When is a private citizen acting as a government agent? On the 6th of July, 2018, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals decided the United States v. Highball, in which the court examined whether the Fourth Amendment applied when a woman retrieved a cell phone out of her boyfriend's car and gave it to the police. The relevant facts of Highball are as follows. On the 19th of February, 2015, the Sioux Falls Police Department received a domestic disturbance call from a young boy, who reported that a man was harassing his mother. Andrew Madsen was the first officer to respond to the call. Upon arriving at the scene, Officer Madsen was flagged down by Michelle Janice, the mother of the boy who placed the call. Janice can be heard on a recording from Officer Madsen's body microphone exclaiming that someone had just taken off running. Officer Madsen asked her what was going on, and she responded, "I wanted to sign a complaint on him. He went and had pictures of my daughter naked, and she's only 13. Janice identified the man as Highball and informed Officer Madsen that the red Ford Taurus that was left running in front of her building belonged to him. A license plate check revealed that the Taurus was registered to Highball at Janice's address. Janice then entered the vehicle, and Officer Madsen asked if she was going to grab the keys. Although she said yes, Janice merely turned off the car, leaving the keys in the ignition. Rejoining Officer Madsen on the sidewalk in front of her apartment, Janice explained that she and Highball had been arguing several days earlier because she refused to let him see their infant daughter. It was during this argument that she looked at Highball's phone and saw the naked pictures of her 13-year-old daughter, who was not related to Highball. At that point, Officer Madsen asked Janice, "Do you have the phone?" Without explanation, she began walking back toward the Taurus and stammered, "I don't know if it's this. I think it's. I don't know. I think he does have one. He probably got rid of it or whatever." She then re-entered the vehicle just as Officer Madsen's backup arrived. The two officers conferred several feet away from the Taurus for the 30 seconds Janice was inside the vehicle. Officer Madsen later testified that he never directed Janice to enter the Taurus or to look for the phone, that he himself neither opened nor entered the car, and that his attention was on the backup officer while Janice was in the vehicle. After her brief time in the Taurus, Janice emerged with Highball's cell phone and handed it to Officer Madsen. She explained that there were nude photos of her daughter on the device but that she could no longer locate them because they were deeper in the phone. When Officer Madsen could not find the pictures, Janice became upset, worrying that nothing was going to be done. Officer Madsen explained that he could not make an arrest solely on the basis of her statements but that he would take the phone for further investigation. A subsequent forensic analysis conducted pursuant to a search warrant uncovered the images. 2. Hybel was later charged under federal law for sexual exploitation of a child. He filed a motion to suppress and argued that Janice was acting as an agent of the police when she retrieved the phone and gave it to the officer, and therefore the Fourth Amendment applied. Ultimately, the district court denied the motion to suppress, and Hybel entered a guilty plea with the right to appeal the denial of the motion to suppress. Hybel then appealed the denial of his motion to suppress to the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals. The issue on appeal was whether Janice was acting as an agent.
Pause. So people might not understand what that means. We have it in Massachusetts. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. It's called a conditional guilty plea. You plead guilty, but you leave room to appeal specific issues. And then if you win on that, your guilt gets overturned, basically. It's complex. It exists. Defense lawyers really like it. It's apparently helpful. I don't know enough about it to pass judgment. Appellate lawyers love it, but I don't really know enough to pass judgment. But if you're wondering what that means, it just means he applied for he accepted a conditional guilty plea and, well, reserved the right to appeal on just this issue. By the way, this also shows you can be a horrifying criminal, and if they do bad things, if they're the cops, it sometimes will get overturned. I don't know how this case is going to play out. I'm going to listen to it with you. I really don't want him to get off because of that misconduct. But this is going to tell us what we need to know. This is the case on point, so let's do it.
For the police when she entered her boyfriend's car and retrieved his cell phone, which she said contained nude photographs of her juvenile daughter. The Court of Appeals first noted the legal principles that apply to searches conducted by private citizens. The court first stated, "The Fourth Amendment guarantees the right of citizens to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures." U.S. Const. Amend. 4. However, as the Supreme Court has long held, this protection extends only to actions undertaken by government officials or those acting at their direction. See, for example, Skinner v. R.Y. Labor XXR Sen. 489 U.S. 602, 613-14, 1989, Coolidge v. New Hampshire, 403 U.S. 443, 487, 1971, Berdio v. McDowell, 256 U.S. 465, 475, 1921. Thus, the Fourth Amendment does not apply to a search or seizure, even an arbitrary one, effected by a private party on his own initiative, but it does protect against such intrusions if the private party acted as an instrument or agent of the government. Skinner, 489 U.S. at 614.3, emphasis added. Thus, if Janice was acting as an agent of the police, then the Fourth Amendment would apply and the search would have to be supported by search warrant or an exception to the search warrant requirement. On the other hand, if Janice acted as a private citizen, the Fourth Amendment rules would not apply to her search and seizure of the phone. Next, the court discussed the factors to consider when they determine whether the private person was acting privately or as an agent for the police. The court stated, whether a private party should be deemed an agent or instrument of the government for Fourth Amendment purposes necessarily turns on the degree of the government's participation in the private party's activities, a question that can only be resolved in light of all the circumstances. United States v. West, 596 F.3d 906, 910, 8th Sir 2010, quoting Skinner, 489 U.S. at 614. In evaluating agency in the Fourth Amendment context, our court has focused on three relevant factors. 1. Whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in the intrusive conduct. 2. Whether the citizen intended to assist law enforcement or instead acted to further his own purposes. And 3. Whether the citizen acted at the government's request. ID. 4. Emphasis added.
There you go. That's the test. 1, whether the government, so think about Kate Peter and her relationship to Brian Tully, Michael Morrissey, whatever. 1, whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in the intrusive conduct. 2, whether the citizen intended to assist law enforcement or instead acted to further his or her own purposes. And 3, whether the citizen acted at the government's request. Bro, it's a totality of the circumstances test 2. Of course she fits that definition, and that's Skinner, 489 U.S. at 614. Okay? I'm not a lawyer. There's no legal advice. Look at that test. Look at that test. It's a three-prong totality test, which means you look at all of them. Whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in Kate's intrusive conduct. Yes. 2, whether Kate intended to assist law enforcement. She was openly talking on Twitter about how she was doing this to get him locked up and in messages to Kearney on voicemail, or instead acted to further his own purposes. Well, if your purpose is a law enforcement purpose, you intended to assist law enforcement. And whether the citizen acted at the government's request. So Tully doesn't even have to ask her. She can passively do it. He can acquiesce. Combine that with whether Kate's intent, openly stated on social media and in voicemails, was to be helping law enforcement, not as an agent, but just to help them. And then add on a request from Tully. You just checked all 3 boxes, bruh. All right? I knew it was rough. I didn't know Skinner was the case. I'm going to nail this part if it's on my exam. Let me tell you that right now. I'm a little towel. But yeah, this is so helpful. This is incredibly helpful. Let's continue. I want to learn about this all day. I get to learn about this all day. You don't understand. My whole life is the Fourth Amendment right now. Those words, that Fourth Amendment we read earlier, it may seem like it's like 4 lines. Bro, it's like 250 years of case law. Every single word gets torn apart. They break words into meanings that you wouldn't think they have, and then they just are like, well, we interpreted it to mean that, so now let's go on this other 17 series of cases where we decide what isn't a government actor. All right, let's do it. This is my favorite thing in the entire world. I'm excited.
It was also noted that the defendant bears the burden of establishing the 3 factors above. V. The court then applied the factors above to the facts of Highball's case. Regarding the first factor, whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in the search, the court said that this weighed in favor of finding agency. This is because the officer was present and watched her enter the car as he asked if she had the phone. The second factor, whether the citizen intended to assist law enforcement or instead to further his own purposes, the court noted that even when government officials know of and acquiesce in a warrantless search, we have been unwilling to impute agency where the private actor was not motivated solely or even primarily by the intent to aid the officers and where the government did not request the challenged search. See United States v. Smith, 383 F.3d 700, 705, 8th Sir 2004. Emphasis added. It was noted that Janice did not testify in the hearing at the motion to suppress, so she was never asked what her purpose was in the search for the phone. Highball argued that her explicit intent was to assist law enforcement because protecting her daughter involved law enforcement. In examining this factor, the court looked at the 8th Circuit case, the United States v. Smith. 6. In Smith, a FedEx manager opened a package after a drug detection dog alerted on the package. Drugs were observed and the police were contacted. The 8th Circuit held the manager was not acting as an agent of the police. The court reasoned that she had the dual purpose of not allowing her driver to be used to transport contraband in addition to the aiding law enforcement. The court reasoned that because the manager was not motivated solely or even primarily by the intent to aid law enforcement, the manager was not an agent of law enforcement. The 8th Circuit then applied the principle from Smith to Highball's case and determined that Janice may have similarly had a dual motive of protecting her daughter and aiding law enforcement. However, if this is the case, the court held the district court did not err in finding that aiding law enforcement was not Janice's sole or even primary motive in the search, in light of the fact that she also had a strong motive to protect her daughter, as well as help a civil custody case she had against Highball. As such, this weighted in favor of not finding agency on the part of Janice. Regarding the third factor, whether the government requested Janice to conduct the search, the court noted that the officer did not specifically ask Janice to bring him the phone or search the car. The officer simply asked, "Do you have the phone?" This request did not imply that the officer wanted her to search his car for the phone, but rather was an inquiry if it was already in her possession. As such, her search was voluntary and unsolicited. Thus, the third factor weighed in favor of not finding agency on the part of Janice. In light of the above factors and the application of the holding in Smith, the court held Would have the district court found that Officer Madsen knew of and acquiesced in Janice's search of the vehicle. It did not err in denying Highball's motion to suppress given that she did not conduct the search at the government's request and that there was insufficient evidence that she was motivated solely or even primarily by the intent to aid the officers. CID.7. Therefore, Highball's conviction was affirmed. ____. Citations.
All right, well, at least his conviction was affirmed, but you can see the court, if it's a really bad person, normally will overlook some officer, mistakes. He almost got away with it there. If that officer had said, will you please go get me the phone, instead of do you have the phone, bro, literally the word will versus do, will you get me the phone versus do you have the phone, that was all that saved that conviction. I'm telling you, I just listened to that whole thing. So now, yes, but JI5, you have to, every case is going to have different facts. What you want to do, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, you want to pull out the IRAC from the case. Issue, rule, application, conclusion. You look at the issue, we heard the issue on appeal, whether Janice was acting as a government agent. You look at the rule, it's a three-pronged test. You look at the application of the facts in the given case to the rule, you look at the conclusion. When you're analytically pulling out the precedent, because remember, precedent works by applying the conclusions of law from one specific set of facts to the conclusions of law in an entirely different set of facts. So while we're talking about a cell phone search here, what you want to think about that as is broadly an intrusion into a privacy interest, okay? A search is any time a government actor or government official enters a possessory interest or an area that society would expect there to be a reasonable expectation of privacy for that area. It's complicated, we're not going down that road. The point is, it's not about the search of the cell phone. That's one fact that the court is taking into consideration. It's more about what words the officer used to Janice under the analysis from Smith and what was the first case there? It's a very important case. I don't want to forget it. Hold on. It is Skinner. What the court's doing is looking at Skinner, looking at Smith, and then applying it to the facts. This defendant, this dude won on the first factor. He won on whether or not she was, whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced. So if he had won on one more of the three factors, the totality balances in favor of excluding the search. It's not about the cell phone. It's about the actions. You got to remove what they found or the cell phone or what's at issue. It's about whether the search, and in this context, whether the woman doing the search in the presence of the police officer made her a government agent. It didn't. It almost did. If that cop had said to her, will you go get me the phone? Bro, his conviction might have been overturned. But because he said, do you have the phone? It's not a request. Kate Peters' fact pattern is not going to look like this. It's going to look way more brutal for the state. They're going to have a way higher time. Now, the burden's on the defendant, which is Kearney in these cases. The burden's on the defendant, but I'm telling you, it's not as, that fact pattern is way more favorable to Janice, that woman Janice, than it would be to the fact pattern under Kate Peter. That's just my lay analysis. Now I want to read this other one. For some reason, Aaron Hernandez is up there. I want to read this other one as well. Oh, you're online, you speak Spanish? Entiendo español también. I want to read this because, again, I'm really in a rabbit hole here, but this is really relevant to, the Lauren Murray cases involving Kate Peter.
Does the Fourth Amendment apply to private?
So this is really relevant to the Lauren Murray cases being prosecuted in Norfolk County, where the Norfolk DA is saying they don't have a conflict with Kate Peter. This is relevant because if in the Aidan Kearney cases, Kate Peter is like a witness or becomes a government agent due to a ruling there, then of course the Norfolk DA is a conflict in Kate's criminal cases where she's the defendant for felony WI related to Lauren Murray. So that's why this is so relevant. It plays out, Kate touches everything. I don't know why these people talk to her, but it's not just Michael Proctor's phone and Tully and Buchanan and Fanning. It's Kate talking to Morrissey and Kate talking to Tully and Kate talking to Jen McCabe and Jen McCabe talking to Tully and Tully talking to Pam Friedman and God knows who else was involved in this chaos. That's why Kate Peter getting the designation of government agent has all these collateral consequences. Because she was the one, more so than anything else, who I think was middlemaning the prosecution of Kearney for the Norfolk DA, the prosecution of Kearney and the investigation of Karen Reed after October of 2023 when the Norfolk DA recused. The special prosecutor process is broken, so Morrissey got to appoint the special prosecutor, and then Kate Peter and Brian Tully were like coordinating the investigation. It was really just Morrissey doing it, but these two were running amok because they were doing stuff that they shouldn't have been doing, and Morrissey knew about it, but Morrissey needed their help, and Jen McCabe was in the mix and all of this, and there's a lot of personal connections. That's what it's all about. So that's why this is central to it. I want to really tease this out. I want to go through one more article, make sure it buttresses what we just learned. I want to reinforce what we just learned, and then we're going to have a quiz. We're not actually going to have a quiz. I'm just telling you we're here to learn. Absolutely, Nunya. And if there's records... now remember, the first time the Norfolk DA turned over discovery to Kearney, they turned over 4,000 blank pages, and I bet a lot of it's Kate Peter communicating with Tully. We already know Kate started deleting evidence, according to what was said in court by Kearney's lawyer, Tim Bradel, or Betterow, I don't remember. Kate's already started deleting evidence. It was submitted to the grand jury, so there's a record of it, but she's already started deleting evidence. She was probably deleting evidence related to the grand jury that Tully used to, and whoever else, Mello, to indict the felonies from 2023, from October, involving all these people that know Tully and Kate. Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel. Come on now. She compromised those cases too. And then the Norfolk DA, to avoid, I think, their misconduct coming out related to Kate and the release of the phone, Lindsay's phone or whatever by Tully, I think they then refused to appoint a special prosecutor and tried to circumvent Judge Krupp's order by just no-prossing those cases, bro. That's a really strong abuse of prosecutorial discretion. It's corruption. I'm sorry, Boston, Texas chick. It's blatant corruption. It's corruption with Proctor's phone. It's corruption with the Sandra Birchmore cover-up. It's corruption with the leak of Lindsay's phone. It's corruption with the inside baseball on Kate's case, the criminal cases. It's corruption with hiding Kate being a government agent. It's corruption with Kate deleting evidence. It's corruption with a lot of this stuff, right? Down to the court. It's corruption, corruption, corruption. That doesn't mean the John O'Keefe case was corrupted. Okay, that investigation wasn't great. There's some prejudicial statements, but it doesn't mean it was as corrupt as some of this stuff. No, bro, this stuff is way worse. And now you're seeing why, because if Kate Peters, a government agent, all the dominoes fall. That's why they're lashing out. They're so desperate right now. They're going like to the bottom of the well of their fucking tactics. Meanwhile, Little Towel knew all this was coming, and Little Towel learned exactly what he needed to learn about all the connections, all these people, so that when they moved, every single time that they moved, I'd be like, oh, so who's this person work with? Oh, who do you know? Oh, what agency are you with? Who's your boss's boss? That's interesting. Are you subject to the FOIA law? So, that's how it's going for me. But I want to keep learning about this because this is the last domino to fall. It really is Proctor's phone that's pushing a lot of this, plus Mabry v. Madison's excellent FOIAs. By the way, they're also hiding the whole Karen Reed case is impounded, and there's this motion to unimpound or to keep impounded the sidebars so that the Norfolk DA doesn't have to fill a public records request to Mabry v. Madison, who's a lawyer named Corey Hopkins. That's weird. There's so much freaking inside baseball, and it's all collapsing. It's because of the FOIAs from Marbury v. Madison. It's because of the Proctor's phone for finally being released, which I think was because the feds had it the whole time and waited to see if he'd lie to the court. It's from Kate Peter just literally flailing around in desperation. Listen, everybody has a plan until a towel gets thrown over their face. Not literally, figuratively. Everybody's got a plan. Everybody's a joker, and they think they have a plan. You don't have a plan. You're not even playing chess. You shouldn't be on this board. It offends me that in the context of political policy, I have to deal with some of this. It really offends me. Okay, I'm not being paternalistic or pedantic or condescending. It offends me that some of these people thought they could play on this field. You don't get to just do things like that. That's crazy. They just act on impulse. They don't have a plan. You think Kate Peter had a plan for this? No, they're just reacting. And when you're reacting versus someone who has a plan, especially someone who knew all this was coming, saw how you were moving, knew where this was going. I didn't know it was going to be because of Proctor's phone and whatever. I didn't know about the superseding indictment of Farwell. I didn't know all this stuff was going to happen at once, but I knew. And I was just waiting, and now we're at the literal last moments, the desperation heave. And you can see it's all collapsing. And what happens, I've said it from the beginning, what happens when shit like this collapses is they go after the small fish, all right? They go after the small fish because they're expendable because they're useless, because they have no power. And if Proctor's going down, then Tully's going down, Fanning's going down, because Proctor was not a small fish. Okay, Sean Good's going down. All these people. And then who's going to be the person that they all point to? Because you can already see Kate and her friends trying to distance themselves from Proctor. No. Kate's going to be the fall person. Of course. They're going to be like, yeah, you know, we worked with her, but she just went off the rails. Doesn't sound like Charlotte of the internet to me. Sounds like Nightmare PI Moms version 2. Kate, Peter, and Jen McCabe. Let's go down the seaport. Dear God, it's so true, though, because if you get that designation, and they tease this all out, where we open that Pandora's box of Kate's relationship to Tully, that's why this government agent thing is everything. People don't even get why Bradel's like gonna really. This is what opens the Pandora's box. It helps Karen. It exposes all of them, because Kate Peter was the central weak point of this whole thing. Doesn't have the skills, in my opinion, to really do this politically. Doesn't have the skills as a PI. Doesn't have the tactical intelligence. Just has like brute force, like trolling tactics. And maybe she has some networks that she knows that have operated in other arenas, and she thought the skills would translate. They don't in policy circles. I'm sorry, they don't. You don't win political fights with some of the tactics she was using. You really piss off people with a lot of connections. You really do. You really do. And just because you don't hear it, you know, like, people talk, especially in government. Everybody talks, especially at those levels. So, yeah, like, you all got really bad reputations. Not you in the chat. I'm talking about, like, Kate Peter and her people. So, like, yeah, maybe you had some PR wins for a few years, but, bro, like, come on. The system's going to eat them alive. And it's because Kate's the central fail point, and this precedent we're learning about is what's going to lead to it all coming out. Like, court papers are as much about winning an argument in some of these cases as they are revealing information to the public, okay? They're called speaking. Normally it's called a speaking indictment, but like Betterho and Bradel like to use like speaking motions, where you're writing to the judge, but your actual audience is the public. Okay, what do you think they want to say? You think they care about like winning suppression of evidence or dismissal? Yeah, they want to move to get these cases dismissed under Odell, DiBenedetto, or McCarthy for prosecutorial misconduct, sure. But what their real point is they want to show what these people were doing, and they're allowed to do it in their court papers. That's why it's called a speaking motion. Now, Betterho got his hand slapped because he tried to use the New York-style letters, and judge was like, just do it as a motion. But he did it as a motion. It was a combined motion. It was like 3 motions. It was styled as 1 motion, but it was actually 3 motions.
Okay, so we can play trivia now. I thought that was a good overview of a lot of the government agent concepts. And at 10 a.m., I'm switching over to the regulatory hearing anyway, so I know a lot of you were interested in what we were just talking about. But let's play a little trivia. If you've never played before, it's kind of fun. I'm going to put up, you will see, oh, where's trivia? I just had it open. All right, bear with me. Actually find the trivia window. Hold on, I got to swap out one we were just using. I'm going to bring up the trivia window. Ready for this? Alright, there we go. Ready? It'll just pop up on the screen. I did it right. There we go. Alright, so it's kind of fun. The way it works is I bring up my phone, and that will be the arbiter, the score arbiter. Bossy Texas Chick really likes trivia, so mostly for Bossy Texas Chick, but also maybe I'll try to get back in the rhythm of it all. The way that it works is if you want to play, we're going to play for at least a few rounds. All you really have to do, and we'll try to do categories related to what we just learned about to reinforce what we were covering. We'll play at least a round or 2. If you want to play, just answer the question that you see on the screen. If I get the answer right, you can get a point for being the first one to get it right in the chat. If I get it wrong, you can get 2 points. If you get it right after the first person, you can still get like half a point. All right, and it's a way to reinforce what we just covered. I thought that information was very interesting. I thought it was useful. We're switching over at 10 a.m. to regulatory coverage. A few updates. One, Nancy Pelosi has determined and announced that she is not running again. So Nancy Pelosi's career in politics is over. Second update, there's like 30 airports that are being impacted by this horrifying situation related to the government shutdown. 10% of flights at 30 airports, the nation's largest airports, including Boston, have been impacted. That bothers me. 2646 Q3M says, why would Tully have done that? I haven't followed closely. Oh, so I can actually answer that question for you with the chat. So see that chart right up there on the screen? Tully had a reason to leak Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction exactly as the first Karen Reid trial started because it took public attention away from Jen McCabe. That's my opinion, and I think the data shows it. So that's the motive. Tully talks to Jen. Jen and Kate are friends. Tully and Kate are friends. It just was too much inside baseball. Lindsay wasn't, like, on that level, quote unquote. She's just kind of a single mom, regular person. She wasn't a Jen McCabe, so they treated her as a tool. Lindsay was a tool. Her phone extraction, her most intimate moments, all released with no regard at all for her privacy or anything else, just because it was a good public distraction. Since we're doing a quick play, all rounds should be double points. Well, you know the rule. If it's a double point round, oh yes, I also forgot when we play this trivia game, the way it works is if we're in a double point round, that means you get double points if I get the question wrong. So the way the double point round works is I'll tell you ahead of time, you'll get 4 points, if I get the question wrong, you get it right first, all right? And again, in a regular round, if I get it wrong and you get it right and you're the first one, you get 2 points, all right? Otherwise, you get 1 point if I get it right. All right, so that's, see what I mean? I got to get back in the flow of trivia. All right, so the first category is going to be Supreme Court cases related to the Fourth Amendment. All right, ready? Supreme Court cases, Fourth Amendment. All right, I hope you all paid attention to our last segment. I'm very excited, Bossy Texas Chick. I hope you're very excited. I think we're all going to have a great time, isn't that right? Every single one of us. We're going to have a wonderful time. All right, here we go. Trivia begins, folks. The first category is Supreme Court cases related to the 14th Amendment. Is everyone ready for the first question? Here we go. I know Bossy Texas Chick is thrilled. Which 1967 Supreme Court case established the concept of privacy for phone conversations? Was it New Jersey v. TLO, Mapp v. Ohio, Terry v. Ohio, or Katz v. U.S.? What 1967 Supreme Court case established the concept of privacy for phone conversations? It's either Katz or Mapp. I think Katz was in a phone booth. I got it right! It's Katz, ladies and gentlemen. All right. The answer is number 4, Katz. So if you got number 4 and you're the first one in the chat to guess 4, you get a point. No, Bossy Texas Chick. It's a very good guess, but it is actually Katz v. U.S. Nanya picks up... Oh, goodness, I dropped my towel keyboard twice. I'm just going to put it on my lap. All right, good job, Nanya. Nanya picks up a full point. Susan, hello, my dear friend. Susan picks up a half point. Good job. Excellent job to reinforce what we just learned. Now, I don't think Katz actually came up, but if you know the Katz case, it is actually a great way to learn about the Fourth Amendment. All right, let's go to the next question. We haven't played towel trivia in a while, so. Which case determined that evidence obtained from an illegal search cannot be used in state courts? Which case determined that evidence obtained from an illegal search cannot be used in state courts? Was it Miranda v. Arizona, Roe v. Wade, Gideon v. Wainwright, or Mapp v. Ohio? Miranda v. Arizona, Roe v. Wade, Gideon v. Wainwright, or Mapp v. Ohio? The only reasonable answer here is Mapp v. Ohio. I got it right. I'm a little towel. Flintstone, were you answering the previous question? No problem. I will give you half a point. Were you answering this question or the previous question? I don't know. Oh, that was the previous question. Okay, so Bossy, Texas Chicken Bella get a full point on this one. Excellent job. It was actually Bella. Bella's in the Kitty CIA. No, nobody else got this one. Yeah, let's see. Gideon v. Wainwright is about the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. Miranda v. Arizona is about Miranda warnings under the Fifth Amendment. The only one of those that is even about the Fourth Amendment is Mapp v. Ohio. Roe v. Wade is obviously the other case. Okay, Flintstone, you might be some questions behind, so I'm going to give you half a point for this one as well, and we're just going to give you a point total because I can't tell exactly what you were answering, but I think you're fully caught up. All right, next question. I blame the keyboard. Next question. All right. In what landmark case did the court rule that police need a search warrant to search a vehicle without probable cause? In what landmark case did the court rule that police need a warrant to search a vehicle without probable cause? Was it Roe v. Wade, California v. Carney, Miranda v. Arizona, or Terry v. Ohio? Was it Roe v. Wade, California v. Carney, Miranda v. Arizona, Terry v. Ohio? The only one of those that's even about the automobile exception is California v. Carney. I got it right again. I'm a little towel. Good guess, Bossy Texas Chickabella. The answer to this one was 2, though. Susan coming through with the full point. Excellent job, Susan. Excellent job. The answer is number 2 to this one. California v. Carney. Good guess, Nunya, but again, that's about the 5th Amendment, Miranda v. Arizona, not the 4th Amendment. Anytime you hear search warrant, we're in the 4th Amendment domain. Miranda is the 5th Amendment. Terry is about the 4th Amendment, but that is about pat frisks. Automobile exception is California v. Carney. That's one of the cases. It's about a mobile home, actually. There's other more on-point cases about the automobile exception, but California v. Carney is one of them. 3 Clerk Monty says cats v. dogs. That is unfortunately not an answer. Next question. What ruling determined that the exclusionary rule applies to federal agents conducting searches? What ruling determined that the exclusionary rule applies to federal agents conducting searches? Is it Griswold v. Connecticut, New Jersey v. TLO, Katz v. U.S., or Mapp v. Ohio? Is it Griswold v. Connecticut, New Jersey v. TLO, Katz v. U.S., or Mapp v. Ohio? It might be Katz. It could be any of them but Griswold. I'm going with New Jersey v. TLO. Nope, it was Mapp. All right, who's going to get the double points? Did you know that Mapp was the double answer? If you did, you get the double points. No, good guess, Bossy Texas Chick. Katz could have been a reasonable answer there. But the answer is Mapp v. Ohio. Who's a big fan of the state of Ohio? If you are, you're going to pick up 2 points just for guessing your home state. No, good guess, Susan. Katz v. U.S. definitely in the running there, but it turns out to be Mapp v. Ohio. I know. It was a tough one. We'll leave it open because I think a few people are a few seconds behind. But if you knew it was Mapp v. Ohio, you are going to manage to get 2 points. I did not know the answer to this one. I guess a lot of people didn't know the answer. Although there's really no harm in guessing. There's no penalty. The points don't really mean anything here, especially my points, according to Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Although I matter, my points don't. All right, we're moving to the next question. Nobody had any idea on that one. And to be fair, it's not really an easy question by any means. All right, next question. Which case questioned warrants for electronic surveillance in the 1970s? Which case questioned warrants for electronic surveillance in the 70s? Was it Katz v. U.S., Miranda v. Arizona, Terry v. Ohio, or Gideon v. Wainwright? Katz, Miranda, Terry, or Gideon? Now this one, I think I can rule out everything but Katz, so I'm going to go with Katz. It was Katz. Everyone loves Katz. When in doubt, guess the answer involving Katz. We'll see if Bossy Texas Chicken Bella come in and swipe up the points just for going with the Katz answer. Nope. Gideon is about the 6th Amendment right to counsel. It is not about warrants, but good guess, Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Nanya, Terry is about pat frisks. The guys were casing a store for a robbery. The cops went up to them and pat frisked them for weapons. Terry is about officer safety. It is in the domain of the 4th Amendment, but Katz is about electronic warrants. All right, this was another tough one. Last question in this category, and it's all right to not know the answers. I guess every time, no matter what. You can if you want. 3 Clerk Monty is like, I'm going with the meow is not a valid answer. It's like herding cats, no pun intended. Next question. Which decision required law enforcement to inform individuals of their rights before interrogation? Have you been paying attention? Which decision required law enforcement to inform individuals of their rights before interrogation? Miranda v. Arizona, New Jersey v. TLO, Mapp v. Ohio, Riley v. California. Miranda, TLO, Mapp, or Riley? Folks, you should know it's Miranda. You should know it's the Miranda case if you were paying attention. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, they nailed it. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella nailed it. Nunya also nailed it, as did Flintstone. Excellent job, folks. Each of you picked up half a point. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella got a full point because they are a Bossy Texas Chick and a Bella. All right, who else? 3 Clerk Monty jumps on the scoreboard. There you go. That is an appropriate answer. Half a point. Robert Devine. Nanya learning. There we go. We're all learning things. Good job. All right, here's the scores after the first round. We'll play a couple more rounds. We're having fun. The CCC meeting starts in 20 minutes, so I got to get ready to put that up on the screen. And then I'll go get my lunch, and then I'll probably end the stream after the CCC's done, because if there's enough time, I'll go. If I could drag myself, although I'm not really feeling it, out to Worcester. I might just cover it. We'll see. Good job, folks. Here's the scores after the first round. All right, let me bring this up on the screen for you. 1 second. Hold on. All right, here we go. I have the scores. I shall bring them up for you on the screen. All right, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Where are they now? There they are. Here they are. There are your scores. So, it was a tough competition. It was an interesting first round. Everybody learned a lot. Nanya learned about the Fifth Amendment. We learned about different cases related to the Fourth Amendment. Maybe we'll do another constitutional-related category next. There are your scores. They're not in order yet. Hold on a second. So it looks like Bossy Texas Chick is up on the podium with Bella. And then it looks like we have a big tie on third place. Look at that. We're all on the podium. First place, Towels with 5 points. Good job, Towel. You're a little towel. Then we have Bossy Texas Chickabella in second place, serendipitously enough, with 2 points. Good job. And then in third place, we have a 4-way tie. Nanya, Susan, Flintstone, and 3 Clerk Monty all have... Oh, excuse me. We have a 3-way tie. Nanya, Susan, and Flintstone all have 1.5 points. And then in fourth place, the position of honor, 3 Clerk Monty, half a point. Excellent job. Excellent job. Grant, here's the ultimate compliment for you. You at your worst is better than most channels at their best these days. Well, I'm doing my best. I'm just being a little towel. All right. God bless you all. Let's go back to our main screen, and let's get ready for the next round. Good job, everyone, during that round. We're proceeding forward. We have a few minutes left before the CCC hearing starts, so we can play more trivia. All right. The next category, let's see. How can I make this fun? We'll do a double bonus round. So let's do the 14th Amendment and corporate personhood. Okay? The 14th Amendment and corporate personhood. Okay, the 14th Amendment and corporate personhood is the category. I know you've all said to yourself throughout your whole life, I would love to do a trivia category on corporate personhood and the 14th Amendment. Well, we're going to do that, but just to make it fair, maybe we should do an intro video first. If you've never been on this channel before, sometimes we do an overview before we just dive in. All right, and I think actually there's a really good way for us to learn about this. Hold on, we don't have to do a video. I actually have my favorite way to learn about this. Alrighty. We're going to get a quick summary from Justice Hugo Black. He had some controversies, I think it's fair to say. But we're going to learn a little bit about corporate personhood, and then we're going to do a category on it. We're all going to be erudite, informed, and coach at Little Towels. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, I don't know if I want to learn about the history of the 14th Amendment and corporate personhood. Well, too late.
Death from the Canton Police
I tricked you into learning. No, that is not. I want to read this specific page, please.
The 6th of February.
No, this page.
Connecticut General.
All right, thank you. This is one of my favorite cases, so everybody buckle up. We're going to learn a little bit, and then hopefully we'll do our category. So I got to start off with Justice Hugo Black, dissenting.
Connecticut General Life INS.
All right, hold on. Got to go to Justice Black's dissent before we begin reading. So hold on. Here we go. I found it. All right. Here we go, Mr. Justice Black dissenting. Let's begin.
Reversed. Mr. Justice Cardozo took no part in the consideration or decision of this case. Page 303 U.S. 83. Mr. Justice Black, dissenting. I do not believe that this California corporate franchise tax has been proved beyond all reasonable doubt to be in violation of the federal Constitution, footnote 1, and I believe that the judgment of the Supreme Court of California should be affirmed. Traditionally, states have been empowered to grant or deny foreign corporations the right to do business within their borders, footnote 2, and may exclude them arbitrarily or impose such conditions as they will upon their engaging in business within their jurisdiction. Footnote 3. California laid an annual tax upon gross insurance premiums which the Supreme Court of California, Consolidated Title Securities Company v. Hopkins, 1 calorie. 2D 414, 35p.2D 320, 323, has construed to be a franchise tax exacted for the privilege of doing business. In measuring this franchise tax imposed upon corporations, the state includes reinsurance premiums paid to the corporation on contracts made without the state where such reinsurance protects citizens of the state of California. There is no attempt by this tax to regulate the business of the insurance company in any state except California. The record does not indicate that California made any contract with this Connecticut corporation guaranteeing it a permanent franchise to do business in California on the same terms and conditions upon which it entered the state. A state which freely granted the corporate privilege for intrastate commerce may change its policy. In the absence of contract, there is no vested interest which requires the continuance of a legislative policy, however. Page 303 U.S. 84. Expressed whether embodied in a charter or in a system of taxation. Footnote 4. It may be that California believes that, by this tax, it can stimulate the reinsurance business of companies making their reinsurance contracts in California. The right of a state to foster its own domestic industries by its taxing system has been sustained by this court. Footnote 5. This court has also frequently sustained the right of a state to impose conditions on foreign corporations in order to favor its own corporations. Footnote 6. If a state did not have this privilege, it could not protect the domestic business of its own corporations from undesirable competition by foreign corporations. The state of California has the constitutional right to limit the privileges of its own corporations and to reserve the right to control their privileges and to define and limit their activities. Footnote 7. If California has the lawful constitutional right, as this court has many times said it has, to impose conditions upon foreign corporations so as to protect domestic corporations, its own elected legislative representatives should be the judges of what is reasonable and proper in a democracy. With reference to a corporate tax imposed by the state of Louisiana, this court has said, the appellants, by incorporating in some other state, or by spreading their business and activities over other states, cannot set at naught the public policy of Louisiana, California. The policy Louisiana, California, is free to adopt with. Page 303 U.S. 85. Respect to the business activities of her own citizens she may apply to the citizens of other states who conduct the same business within her borders, and this irrespective of whether the evils requiring regulation arise solely from operations in Louisiana, California, or are in part the result of extra-state transactions. Footnote 8. But it is contended that the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment prohibits California from determining what terms and conditions should be imposed upon this Connecticut corporation to promote the welfare of the people of California. I do not believe the word person in the 14th Amendment includes corporations. The doctrine of stare decisis, however appropriate and even necessary at times, has only a limited application in the field of constitutional law. Footnote 9. This court has many times changed its interpretations of the Constitution when the conclusion was reached that an improper construction had been adopted. Footnote 10. Only recently, the case of West Coast Hotel Company v. Parrish, 300 U.S. 379, expressly overruled a previous interpretation of the 14th Amendment which had long blocked state minimum wage legislation. When a statute is declared by this court to be unconstitutional, the decision, until reversed, stands as a barrier against the adoption of similar legislation. A constitutional interpretation that is wrong should not stand. I believe this court should now overrule previous decisions which interpreted the 14th Amendment to include corporations. Neither the history nor the language of the 14th Amendment justifies the belief that corporations are included. Page 303 U.S. 86. Within its protection. The historical purpose of the 14th Amendment was clearly set forth when first considered by this court in the Slaughterhouse Cases, 16 Wall. 36, decided April, 1873, less than 5 years after the proclamation of its adoption. Mr. Justice Miller, speaking for the court, said, Among the first acts of legislation adopted by several of the states in the legislative bodies which claimed to be in their normal relations with the federal government were laws which imposed upon the colored race onerous disabilities and burdens and curtailed their rights in the pursuit of life, liberty, and property to such an extent that their freedom was of little value, while they had lost the protection which they had received from their former owners from motives both of interest and humanity. These circumstances, whatever of falsehood or misconception may have been mingled with their presentation, forced the conviction that something more was necessary in the way of constitutional protection to the unfortunate race who had suffered so much. Congressional leaders, accordingly, passed through Congress the proposition for the 14th Amendment, and declined to treat as restored to their full participation in the government of the Union the states which had been in insurrection until they ratified that article by a formal vote of their legislative bodies. Certainly, when the 14th Amendment was submitted for approval, the people were not told that the states of the South were to be denied their normal relationship with the federal government unless they ratified an amendment granting new and revolutionary rights to corporations. This court, when the slaughterhouse cases were decided in 1873, had apparently discovered no such purpose. The records of the time can be searched in vain for evidence that this amendment was adopted for the benefit of corporations. It is true. Page 303 US 87. That, in 1882, 12 years after its adoption and 10 years after the slaughterhouse cases, supra, an argument was made in this court that a journal of the Joint Congressional Committee which framed the amendment, secret and undisclosed up to that date, indicated the committee's desire to protect corporations by the use of the word person. Footnote 11. 4 years later, in 1886, this court, in the case of Santa Clara County v. Southern Pacific Railroad, 118 U.S. 394, decided for the first time that the word person in the amendment did, in some instances, include corporations. A secret purpose on the part of the members of the committee, even if such be the fact, however, would not be sufficient to justify any such construction. The history of the amendment proves that the people were told that its purpose was to protect weak and helpless human beings, and were not told that it was intended to remove corporations in any fashion from the control of state governments. The 14th Amendment followed the freedom of a race from slavery. Justice Swain said in the slaughterhouses cases, supra, that, by any person was meant all persons within the jurisdiction of the state. No distinction is intimated on account of race or color. Corporations have neither race nor color. He knew the amendment was intended to protect the life, liberty, and property of human beings. The language of the amendment itself does not support the theory that it was passed for the benefit of corporations. The first clause of one of the amendment reads, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States, and subject." Page 303 US 88. To the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Certainly a corporation cannot be naturalized, and persons here is not broad enough to include corporations.
Alright, Bossy Texas Chick makes a fair point. Just because I love learning about the 14th Amendment and corporate personhood doesn't mean we have to listen to the entire opinion, the dissenting opinion from Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson by Justice Hugo Black. Now, I really enjoyed that, alright? Now, I'm a unique person. I realize that I get really interested in things. But anyway, now you're fully suited. I hope this is a good category. We worked really hard. We're going to do a category about the 14th Amendment and corporate personhood. I hope it read the same decision we did. Alright, folks, let's do it. I had a lot of fun. Alright? That's not a bicycle. That's a person's head, Grant. Alright, there we go. I clicked all the bicycles. I failed! How dare you? How dare you? I passed. Alright, here we go. Here we go, folks. What U.S. Supreme Court case extended corporate personhood through the 14th Amendment? Was it Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad? Was it Brown v. Board, Marbury v. Madison, or Roe v. Wade? Bossy Texas Chick, how great is this? Which U.S. Supreme Court case extended corporate personhood through the 14th Amendment? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you were paying attention, you know the answer is Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad. Yes, indeed. I love the 14th Amendment. Oh, yes, Allie, I hope you nailed this one. Oh, you weren't paying attention. Oh, God, all of you. It was in the opinion. It was literally in the opinion. Tao's not a businessman. He's a businessman. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right, all of you, right here. Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad, 118 U.S. 394, decided for the first time that the word person in the amendment did, in some instances, include corporations. Everybody fails. You all fail. It was in the opinion. Oh, my God. Our critical reading skills. The bait looks so shiny. What is personhood? Oh, dear God. Okay, hold on. Bossy Texas Chick, we were learning about it. Personhood is the 14th Amendment's conception of what is a person. For the purposes, all your rights flow to you from the 14th Amendment. They start with the first 10 amendments, right, to a lawyer, free speech. But the state governments are only bound by them because of the 14th Amendment, which has the Due Process Clause, and no person shall be deprived of due process or equal protection of the laws, etc., etc. Don't worry, Allie. You're doing good. But listen, my point is, it's not that any one person got it wrong. You all got it wrong, and it was in the opinion. All right, next question. Reading comprehension is no problem for me. Now, comprehension, that's a different matter. All right, next question. All right, here we go. In what year was the 14th Amendment ratified? Oh, boy. This is a good one. Was it 1884, 1868, 1876, or 1850? Oh, God. Was it 1884, 1868, 1876, or 1850? Oh, God, I think it's... Oh, I'm going to be guessing, but based on my interpolation, show me 1876. No, I got it wrong. No, double points here. Double points up for Steak. Yes, up to 2 points if you... A lot of people thought it was 1850. Folks, that's before the Civil War. These are the post-Civil War amendments. Good guesses. The answer was actually 1868. How did I get that wrong? I spent so long chastising. Oh, 12 years after its adoption. I thought it was 6. So I was doing 1882 minus 6. That's why I went with 1876. It was actually minus 12. Oh, God help us. Allie and Brew picking up a full 2 points, jumping right up into third place. That's why Allie is a trivia master. You don't understand. She's a prowler. All right, Allie just knows how to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Allie picks up the full 2 points. All right, good job. That was the year that the 14th Amendment was ratified. Let's begin with the next question. Here we go. What legal concept allows corporations to claim rights under the Constitution? Is it limited liability, corporate personhood, collective bargaining, or sovereign immunity? What legal concept allows corporations to claim rights under the Constitution? Limited liability, corporate personhood, collective bargaining, or sovereign immunity? Well, if you've been paying attention, you should get this one. It is corporate personhood. Who's going to get it? Nanya. Nanya comes in and grabs another point. Nanya's super top. Who else? Bossy Texas Chick. I love your spunk. I love the thought, but no. It's not collective bargaining. I'm sure that gives them some rights, but it's not in the Constitution. It's corporate personhood, which also isn't in the damn Constitution. Allie and Roo picking up another half point. Good job, Allie and Roo. Jumping on the board. And we'll play some more, by the way, if the CCC goes to lunch. We'll think about doing some more trivia, depending on how everything plays out, how long they're meeting today, what I want to do, how my body's feeling. Good job, the folks who got that one right. Next question. In which landmark case did the Supreme Court first grant legal rights to corporations? Little reinforcement. In which landmark case did the Supreme Court first grant legal rights to corporations? Santa Clara County v. Southern Pacific, Marbury v. Madison, Citizens United v. FEC, Buckley v. Vallejo. All of those are good because the last two are also in the arena, but I think it's Santa Clara County. Yup, it is. You got to go with your gut on this one. Good job, Nanya. Nanya is learning through reinforcement, ladies and gentlemen. Nanya picking up a full point. I don't think Nanya even knew what Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad was before today. Now they're an expert on it. They're going to go walking around extolling the virtue of taking down corporate personhood. Allie and Roo picking up half a point, as does Bossy Tex Chickabella. Good guess. Absolutely good guess. 3 Clerk Monty. If you spend a lot of time on Twitter, I think you want to pick Marbury v. Madison too. That's actually the case that gives the Supreme Court the right to review whether or not a decision by the executive is constitutional, and by virtue of that decision gives the Supreme Court to say what the law is and whether a given law is constitutional or a decision is constitutional, therein providing a supremacy check and balance against the other branches of the Constitution because of the way the court interpreted the Judiciary Act of 1789 when Jefferson wanted to appoint, or Adams appointed someone to a position of Justice of the Peace that Jefferson didn't want Madison as Secretary of State to actually go through with. The court ordered Jefferson to do it. There you go. Or maybe he didn't order him to do it. I don't remember. But either way, they gave themselves extraordinary power. And then they didn't have to be in a dingy basement under the Capitol anymore. They moved to their own building. It's very symbolic, you know what I'm saying? Next question. Got to get ready for the CCC hearing. Here we go. Which provision of the 14th Amendment has been utilized to argue for corporate rights? Ooh, this is a good one. Is it the Due Process Clause, the Citizenship Clause, the Equal Protection Clause, or the Privileges and Immunities Clause? Which provision of the 14th Amendment has been utilized to argue for corporate rights? The Due Process Clause, Citizenship Clause, Equal Protection Clause, or Privileges and Immunities Clause? Show me the Due Process Clause. Oh, come on. It could have been either of them, frankly, but I guess they used the Equal Protection Clause, which makes it actually worse because that means it's akin to a fundamental right. Come on. Erroneous. All right, who got the double points? It is Bossy Texas Chickabella. Oh, goodness, double points. Just jumping up the board with 2 points. A basement uprising. Exactly, a basement uprising. Good guess, Flintstone. I also thought it was the Due Process Clause. Good guess, Nunya. Privileges and Immunities Clause sounds attractive as an answer. Allie and Brew pick up a full point. Is this the last question in this category? No, we got one more after this. Good job, Allie and Brew. All right, last question in this category. Then we're going to the CCC hearing, although it might not be live yet. What Indian corporation won a 2019 case that recognized corporate personhood similar to the U.S. model using the 14th Amendment philosophy? Oh, dear God. Infosystems, Reliance Industries, Mahindra Group, Tata Group. Which Indian corporation won a 2019 case related to corporate personhood? Listen, I'm feeling the Tata's group. Show me the Tata Group. I got it right! I really was just thinking, well, Tata is a hilarious freaking answer. I got it right! I'm an expert in Indian corporate personhood and the Tata Group. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you see Tata as an answer, you say that's hilarious and you pick that answer. Yep, that is what we learned from that question. Oh my God, I literally just went with that one because it had Tata in it, and I thought that was freaking hilarious. Allie and Rue know to always go with the Tatas. Rue's like, yep. Rue was jumping up and down, telling Allie to go with the Tatas. That was the answer. Rue, you nailed it. Good job, Rue. I'm sorry you didn't become the mayor of Boston. We love you anyway. All right, let's look at the final scores before we go to the CCC hearing. Good job, everyone. We had a lot of fun. That was a great job. Let's check it out. Allie and Rue, ladies and gentlemen, they jumped in. This is why when people see Allie and Rue show up, they just run the other direction. You don't understand. Allie, you don't understand. They are a force to be reckoned with, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. This is the scores after 2 rounds. We may play some more at lunch. We have Towel in first place. He counts. His points don't. He's a little towel. In second place, we have Allie and, unfortunately, the defeated mayoral candidate, Rue, coming in with 5 points. Second place after 2 rounds. Excellent job. In third place, you know them as Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. They are bosses. They're from Texas. And they're chicks. 4.5 points. That rounds out the podium. Towel, Allie, and Bossy Texas Chick. Excellent job. In third place, serendipitously enough, it is Nunya Towel. They know a lot about Southern Pacific Railroad versus Santa Clara County now. They are going to go out and extol the virtues of defeating corporate personhood as a concept and saving the 14th Amendment. Yes, and then we have right behind Nunya Towel in 5th place, Susan in a 2-way tie with Flintstone as well, 1.5 points each. Excellent job, Susan and Flintstone, coming in 5th place after 2 rounds. And in last place, but the position of honor, is 3 Clerk Monty, half point. Excellent job, 6th place. Allie is like, it's Rue. Sorry, it's just a game. We're having a great time. All right, good job. Good job, folks. Very proud of you all. Now, let's get this CCC hearing up and running. So give me 1 second. I'll leave you scores up. so you can look and think about if we're going to play a little bit more during lunch. No promises. I said no promises because I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know why they're taking so long on social consumption. Now, if you're tuning in and you're like, Grant, I just wanted to watch the CCC hearing and you had me learning about the 14th Amendment. Well, you know what? Frankly, it's quite fascinating. I'm sure the PR staff, the communications team was like, well, at least not yelling about us. Could be worse. It absolutely could be worse. I agree, Mary Alice. I agree. All right, let's do it. Let's see if the CCC's meeting yet. Hold on. They might already be meeting. If they're not meeting, I'll talk to you some more. But otherwise, we're going to get ready to go over to this meeting. Why are we going to do that? Because that's what this is about. The 10 a.m. meeting of the CCC, that's what we're going to cover. However, if you want to play more trivia after you learn about social consumption, maybe you like social consumption lounges in Massachusetts, you head right over to this stream during lunchtime. Now, maybe the commission will say when they're going to do lunch. I don't know. Are they no, they have not started. I was going to be like, have they started? Are they actually on time? But no, it's the government. Listen, sometimes the courts start on time, all right? You know what doesn't start on time? The damn government. On the whole, the government doesn't start on time. All right, so hopefully we'll be up and ready. Let me smile for my screenshot. Hey, I'm a towel. All right, so we're going to hang out until this meeting starts. They start right at 10 a.m. They're doing social consumption work. But if you've ever wanted to, I agree, Allie, trivia's fun. We learn a lot, and what's great is I love to reinforce. So I've heard it said once that you remember 10% of what you read, or 10% of what you hear, 20% of what you read, and 80% of what you teach. So one, I love doing this stuff because the trivia and the lessons, because I learn more and I retain more. Two, we learn about all sorts of interesting things when we play trivia. Today, we got to read a 1939 opinion from Justice Hugo Black, and then we got to learn about when the 14th Amendment was ratified, when it was first interpreted to cover corporations. We learned a little bit about how it interplays with the Dormant Commerce Clause, although that was not the exact word that was used by Justice Black. I had a wonderful time. There is nothing that makes me quite as excited as constitutional interpretation. I don't know, maybe I should teach. I think I should just send clips of me talking about the 14th Amendment to law schools and be like, don't you want me to come teach there? I'm awesome. The students would love it. Imagine if you were in law school and for con law and cannabis law, you had me. Then you got there every day, and it's just me, just animated, just having the greatest little time teaching you all this interesting stuff. I think I would be a wonderful, wonderful professor. Who is responsible for Grant hosting trivia? It is Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. They absolutely came up with the idea. Nunya says they only retain things they find interesting. Well, Nunya, what happens when you go to bed tonight and you start dreaming about Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific? Does that mean that your true interest has always been in the interpolation of the 14th Amendment as to its usurpation by corporations? And furthermore, what does that say about your true passions? I'm just saying. Rolling blunts, teaching law. Yeah, I don't think... They are never going to let me smoke towel cigars in the classroom. I don't care what school I'm at. I don't care if I'm in Holland, in Amsterdam. They're not going to let me do that. But I think, that would be interesting. Maybe I have to start my own law school. Is the ABA allowed to accredit a school where you can smoke blunts during class? Is there any rule that... Listen. As far as I'm aware... There's nothing in the APA rules that says you cannot have a law school where you smoke blunts in the classroom. Now, I think if you did that, they would write a rule that you can't do that. But listen, come on. I've realized we're trying to mimic the courtroom atmosphere, but it would be so much more pleasant if your professor and you could just sit around and, be a throwback to the old days. All right, on that note, take it away, government.
A quorum of commissioners, I call the November 6th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioner Stebbins, Ryan, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners before we proceed to commission discussion and votes. There's one item in the commission discussion and vote section today. Discussion and review of draft regulations and policy questions, revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption. Following the discussion and review of social consumption regulations, we will take a brief recess to prepare the room for the public listening session regarding disproportionately impacted areas scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. I will ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting, raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates, and Commissioner Stebbins, we'll start with you this time.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're meeting tomorrow and have the same opportunity, so I'll save all my comments till tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Let's get to work.
Get to work. Okay, great. All right. Let's see. So we will be turning things over to Attorney Bruno. Will you be leading this off, and Attorney Baker will be helping us walk through these changes to regulations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will start on page 34 of the draft at 500-0506 under social consumption establishments. This is 6G, which reads,
What page?
oh, 34. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Give everybody a moment.
Yep. Thank you.
You guys keep going. I have another packet for you.
Okay. Just give her 1 second.
Absolutely.
Okay, here she is. That's fine. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Bruno.
We are at 500, I'm sorry, I'll start again. We're at 34, 500-0506 G, which reads, social consumption establishment licenses shall be limited on an exclusive basis to businesses controlled by and with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment, priority applicants, or social equity program participants, or micro businesses and craft marijuana cooperatives for a period of 60 months from the date of the first hospitality on-site consumption licensee receives a notice to commence operations, provided, however, that the Commission may, by vote, decide to extend that period following a determination that the goal of the exclusivity period to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of the law, by farmers and by businesses of all size has not been met. This particular section for commissioner decision is based around the exclusivity period, the scope, length, and nature of that period.
So I can raise this was one of the issues that I wrestle with attorneys Bruno and Baker, and my thought regarding the exclusivity period is that 60 months may have a significant impact on equity. And as I've described it, there are basically two sides to equity. There is equity to promote the robust participation for persons who've been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs to become licensees or to, basically make money and be entrepreneurs in or around the cannabis industry. But it's my understanding, and maybe Commissioner Stebbins, you can, because you were on the working group for a number of years, and I know that you've been very imbued in this. There are two different sides of equity in that one of the reasons that we have social consumption being considered is that on the other side of equity, there are persons who live in federal housing, persons who live in, other maybe public housing where they cannot, in their home, in the privacy of their home, have access to cannabis products or medicine. And while we're still not fully dealing with the medical issue here, obviously with on-site consumption, I believe that 36 months keeping it consistent with what we've had for our other social equity licenses actually makes sense. I point to, and we do reference, the craft cooperative licenses, and this was something that was created in essence to help farmers become involved in the industry, but frankly, it was drafted in a way that people don't really understand how farmers would be functioning within the cannabis industry. They drafted it based on how cranberries work, and we have collaboratives and cooperatives. So what I'm concerned about is if we put this out there, we will be spending a great deal of time getting this done, getting this right, putting out guidance, working with communities. I fear that having an exclusivity period that is too long could end up discouraging opportunities for people to have access to their medicines or the products that they would like to purchase. So I just wanted to put that out there. You know, Commissioner Stebbins, I just wanted to get your thoughts on this, and have Commissioner Roy give her thoughts as well. But Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just kind of going back, I think a couple of things. First of all, a lot of the language here is consistent with language I think you're alluding to, Chair, of what we did for delivery. When I, in the working group, started looking at this, one of the questions I had for the inaugural set of commissioners were, how did you settle on 3 years? And realizing at the time that there was proposed litigation against us because of an exclusivity period, but there didn't appear to be any defined reason why they came up with 3 years. It was kind of 3 years. Let's start with that. I think what we proposed in landing on 5 years or 60 months was based on tying it to, and again, we know that people need to sometimes dip into their home equity. I was trying to base it on something, and usually when you pull, a home equity line of credit, your payment terms can be anywhere from no less than 5 years and usually no more than 30 years. So trying to base it on something that we could defend and support, I think was the rationale for the 60 months. Obviously, understanding another key variable here and why I felt 60 months was better than the 36 under the delivery operators. We're expecting a lot more of at least in the case of 2 licenses, we're expecting more capital infusion. We're expecting more people to build out brick and mortar than, say, a delivery courier who's just spending money on a few vehicles. So we were hoping, that exclusivity would give them hopefully a chance to recover some of that upfront capital investment. And really the provision of why we suggested the clock start ticking with the hospitality licensee is because the supplemental, as we've talked about, may already have space within their existing facility. The marijuana event organizer we always viewed as kind of a low barrier to entry to get into the marketplace, and that the hospitality was going to be the one that might involve a longer process in getting up and running, getting your license, getting approved, getting an HCA, building out the space, and certainly thinking that the other 2, we might see license activity before we'd see the hospitality license. So just trying to structure it that way. And again, if we model it similarly off delivery courier and delivery operator, the 3-year exclusivity for delivery started when the first delivery operator opened, again, because of building out space for storage, et cetera. So that's kind of the reasoning and rationale we put behind it. I know we had public comments saying, look at a longer term. Again, I feel comfortable with recommending 60 just based on all of those factors. And again, we'll have the opportunity, similar to delivery, to kind of assess where we are when that exclusivity window is up and either deciding not to extend it or to extend it and giving us that flexibility.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with the chair that we need to look at access and opportunity. And if we put almost double the amount of months we did for delivery, that could impede that. And I think we should be consistent because we could be arbitrary and capricious. So you're rational. So you need a rational basis, Commissioner Stebbins. So your rational basis is based on home equity loans.
That's what I drew from. That was kind of just trying to find a marker and knowing that some folks are going to probably have to leverage their own assets to build out space and get in the licensing processes.
Banks aren't lending to these folks. They're not lending in this space.
I know they're not lending.
So I don't know. I don't get the correlation with a home equity loan.
You can pull money out of your house to loan yourself money for whatever purpose you so choose.
Commissioner, I can see that, but one of the issues that I have, I mean, this would also be subject to, and again, we'll have to get it right this time, that we will be doing in real time.
I was just going to say that.
Reviews of whether or not this is successful or not successful. And I remember when I tried to put the 2-driver rule on the on the agenda for June of 2023, and we had to wait another year. I heard from a number of those, operators that they wanted to make sure that we were getting rid of the 2-driver rule, and then it took another 12 months to get it done. I worry that in the process of we will be taking a lot of time to be developing these guidelines, working with municipalities, and I do think that there is already a built-in mechanism because we will be looking in 36 months, should we extend it? We have the opportunity to do it. I just worry that if we handcuff ourselves with 60 months, that could generate additional problems, just as we found when we were looking at the initial, exclusive delivery licenses. So that is my issue. But also, if there is difficulty getting into the market, and we will be in real time assessing this and looking at it, we will be able to determine, one, how do we protect those social equity or economic empowerment applicants who are interested in doing this, but we also have to look at the other side of the coin and making sure that the product and the access to the products are made available to people who, again, if they live in public housing that's federally subsidized, we may be depriving them on the other side of that sort of balancing level, if you will. We will be potentially depriving them of access if we're not getting this right. So that would be my consideration. I think 60 months is too long. I think that the 36 months being consistent with what we've had with the original exclusivity period, but also the one thing we're going to do different here is that we will actually in real time be doing the analysis. We should have been doing that for the other exclusivity licenses and it never got done. And so now we're spending money to play catch up. And thanks to Attorney Baker's leadership, it looks like we're going to be able to get that done, and we can make that decision about extending those exclusive licenses. So anyway, I would make that argument that I think that 60 months is too long, that if we have 36 months, we always have the option of doubling that in the future, but doing it based on, and we're going to be talking about disproportionately impacted areas, doing it based on real analysis and determination of whether or not we have done our job to open up this industry to the right people on the licensing side, as well as the people who need to be getting access to their products. Mr. Roy?
Yeah, and the other point too is I think the supplemental is more challenging. Even though they already have a brick and mortar, they have to put in a negative air pressure air handling system, 2 of them, and construct a space that's, if there's indoor smoking, that is obscure from the rest of the facility. So to me, just partnering with a yoga studio or a movie theater is a lighter lift than having to go through construction in your facility, and this is a huge investment. I've heard quotes over $1 million. So to me, the clock would buy more time for folks if we base it off a supplemental and not on. I think hospitality is am I missing something? I think that's like the easiest lift.
I mean, thank you, Chair. No, it's a good point. We always, again, the working group kind of always viewed as hospitality is really starting from scratch. may not have a community identified. A supplemental has the experience of at least going through an HCA and a licensing process already. To your point, if they choose to start with, non-smoking consumption, some of the costs are a little bit easier. Again, our thinking here was how do we give somebody a chance to recover a fair amount, hopefully, of their investment prior to the whole market being open.
Commissioner Roy? Then I would propose switching it to the first supplemental that has indoor smoking.
That be the trigger?
Yeah.
For 36?
I think it's a harder hurdle to cross and it buys more time.
Okay. That's an interesting. Commissioner Stebbins, what do you think of that?
It's an interesting idea. Maybe consider broadening it to whether it's a supplemental or a hospitality who opens up indoor consumption, because they'll both be going through the same costs.
Commissioner Roy?
You're saying both, but whatever triggers it, whoever starts later, is that what you're saying?
This is based on whoever starts first. So if it's a supplemental or a hospitality, if they're building out, and I agree with you, we certainly have heard the cost of the ventilation system is going to be extensive. So why not start with whoever opens up an indoor consumption space first? Or start the clock ticking when the first indoor consumption
Smoking.
space opens up first.
Are you comfortable with this?
I think you need the smoking because that's the harder barrier to cross.
Yes, that's what the indoor smoking.
Yeah. So are we finding consensus?
Well, you're recommending both hospitality and supplemental?
Whichever licensee opens up indoor smoking first.
Whatever licensee opens last would buy more time than first, but.
I don't know what you mean by last.
Well, whoever.
No,
I don't know. I'm just trying to real time spitball this. So if you're at your hospitality, hospitality, your supplemental, and I was saying whoever does indoor smoking out of the two, I don't want to say last, but that would buy more time than whoever gets to the finish line first.
Yeah.
The clock starts. So I was just trying to figure out a way to buy more time, but maybe.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There has been public testimony relative to tying this triggering event to the third license that gets into the market rather than the first out the gate. So to your point, Commissioner Roy, not last, but third or fifth, something like that has been floated in comments.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
And I did see that, but just for a little more clarity. So they're saying out of the bucket of the three, we need to stand each three up, or one person has to own three. Can you suss that out a little further?
Sure. And sorry, didn't mean to derail the conversation. Sorry, can you restate your question?
Explain the comment. Can you explain it again?
Sure.
So the
current draft, there's a triggering event that the exclusivity period starts with the first hospitality license commencing operations. The public comment, there was public comment relative to, rather than tying that to the first license out the gate, tying it to the third license out the gate. And I can't recall whether that was tied to a certain license class or not, but it was the third rather than the first. So obviously there's three things going on here. There's the term overall, which I don't think you have consensus on yet. Then there's which license it is and how many.
Commissioner Roy, Attorney Bruno, you might.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just while DGC Baker was making that comment, I was able to pull up the public comments. So The public comment was to trigger the start of the period only after at least 3 of each license type are operational.
Commissioner Roy?
I don't want to appear hypocritical because I'm arguing for consistency with delivery operator. So I can't cherry pick for consistency. So with delivery operator, when the first one commenced, that's what triggered it. And that was April Fool's Day of 2022.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you. And yes, but that was for both classes, right? That was for courier and delivery operator.
True. And we based it on because the delivery operator was the harder one to stand up, would buy more time to trigger that.
And Madam Chair, if I may.
Attorney Baker?
And that's why I think the working group landed where it did, right? I wasn't on the official working group, but when I was writing it with the commissioners, tying it to hospitality seemed like out the gate it would be second. And so therefore, in a similar way from courier and delivery operator, again, that's why we landed there.
Commissioner Roy?
Again, I still in my mind think that's the brick and mortar having to install the negative pressure air handling system, a second one, building an obscure space. I think that takes more time. I think if you want to buy more time, I think you should tie indoor smoking. We should tie indoor smoking to it because that's what takes the most. The goal of this is to delay the triggering event.
Mm-hmm.
I think by tying it to indoor smoking would delay the triggering event.
Thank you. And one of the issues that I also have is that I want to make sure that the way we are making sure that these opportunities are not just going to the well-connected and the persons who are already, situated, and that we continue to have opportunities for people who are not. I know that there are some who argue that we have to, look at some of those incumbent operators, but I do think that there are lots of people who are waiting to get into this market, but also want to have some clarity. I think that the 36 months with the extension, the trigger with the indoor smoking and the hardest one buys some of that extra time. I'm very uncomfortable with the 60 months because I think it can create as many problems as it solves for, again, some incumbent licensees. So, that's kind of where I stand right now. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, thank you. And I think looking back, we were not nimble on the delivery model. Took us too long to correct. I think 60 months kind of hamstrings us. We can be more nimble and flexible.
It forces us to be.
And we're going to collect not retroactively or retrospectively, we're going to collect in real time. So we can say halfway through the 36, like this, we're not where we need to be. And we could also, we don't have to wait to the 36 months to extend. We can extend. So
Commissioner Stebbins and then Executive Director.
Sure. Great points. Good discussion. I guess something that we haven't necessarily talked about up to this point, I would just kind of raise a caution flag if we have concerns about resources and how we're going to implement this. If resources, because of what we get in the budget, says we can only start doing, and I know we haven't had this conversation yet, but I think it's timely to have it, is if we say, listen, because of our resources, the first license we can do out of the box is supplemental. Implementing the supplemental license type, that we're kind of back, we're delaying the other two. Mm-hmm. I don't know how that impacts the clock.
Scenario, it's like news to me.
We haven't had this conversation.
Executive Director,
Is that the
Invite the ED into this, but I think it's timely.
Is that the plan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think right now we're looking at assuming the completion of regs here that we would be getting into a number of different working groups. Implementation obviously would be answering that question, and the main focus is obviously you're going to be I&E and IT, building these things into our systems, the SOPs that are needed, et cetera. So obviously supplemental is one that we have generally all of those folks already in the system. So we do see that would most likely move the most quickly. And yet, again, from their perspective and the business perspective, to Commissioner Roy's point, it may take them time. On the event organizer. Obviously, there's a number of SOPs that will come out of that. We have RVT that needs to be developed within one of the working groups, public awareness, local community. Obviously, communities opting in, getting the ordinances and bylaws in place is also going to impact timeline here. So there's a lot that goes into next steps once you all complete the reg package here. And so that is a conversation that we're looking to come back with. I think one of the comments that I had heard, I think it goes between these two discussions, was once we have commence ops in all three license types, right, is that a good trigger? Because then we'll have completed all of these steps in terms of implementation. And so, you know, I'm happy to obviously go whatever direction the board goes. But I think from a implementation standpoint, where let's say this is completed prior to Christmas, as the chair had mentioned at a previous meeting, we are in the middle of FY26, where we obviously are concerned about what we currently have for our resources. I think we are going to have to approach how we can roll out all three license types as quickly as possible with the resources we have, and then obviously reset based on FY27, where we'll have a budget request as well for a number of resources for social consumption.
Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Executive Director, I don't 100% agree with that assessment, because even for supplemental, they're going to need a whole new set of SOPs. We're looking at today a pre-event public safety, that's the event organizer, but they're going to need all new set of SOPs. They're going to need a brand new HCA. It's a different license type, build out that, additional cameras, air handling system. So I think it's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to get to the finish line. But to your point, maybe we'd say once we have a commence ops in all three, then, so I think the goal, if I'm hearing right, is let's build a huge ramp before the triggering event happens. But what we're saying is give us the ability to be nimble and flexible with the 36 months to get real-time data and make changes, because we know we're going to have to make changes. We know we are. So I'm okay with the three. I haven't, because to your point, right, it was courier had commenced, delivery operator had commenced. So I don't know what your thoughts are on having all three have a commence ops.
I don't have a problem with that. I just had this reaction to 60 months.
Yeah.
And I think that being more flexible, but also requiring us to do that live data collection so that we can make sure that we are both protecting that one side of the ledger, which is the applicants, but it's also the other side of the ledger, which is access to products. And I think we sometimes forget that that's kind of the basis of why we're doing this. It is to support access to the industry, but the whole reason that this was put in place is making sure that people have access to products. And we have seen that there have been, the ability to provide access to these products could be hampered by that 60-month trigger. So anyway, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, and I just look at our MTCs. We have MTC deserts, huge deserts. We're talking 40, 50 miles. We have one county with one. And so I don't want history to repeat itself where we have these huge deserts and then people don't have access. What I would recommend under the commission shall in real time collect and report data measuring the criteria through the exclusivity period and report publicly. I think we should report publicly these real time updates. I think we should add language that holds the commission accountable to report out publicly
on a regular basis
this real time data.
That's actually good. Good idea before 11 o'clock in the morning. Commissioner Stott?
They only had one tea.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the thinking on the 36 months. I do subscribe to the notion of this maybe being a little bit more nimble. I also do like the point that the ED raised, and I think Commissioner Roy, you just echoed it, is start the 3-year window after each license opens. So that way, I mean, we were guessing, right? I'm okay with the 36 months, and I think if we can rewrite some language, maybe to have the clock start ticking when the first in each category opens.
And also on the real-time data, I think we should provide public updates
throughout.
Yes, could we create language to do that? Because also, if we do this in real time, then we won't be spending money that we don't have to hire the Donahue Institute to do what our staff should be doing. So if we are held to regular reports, then I think that it avoids those additional costs. Yeah, public reports, yes. Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a great idea, and I'm always in favor of setting up a cadence of periodic reporting. I just wanted to kind of reference one thing I didn't mention in how we're looking at kind of the implementation and some of the challenges that we have here. The other thing I would just note, and it kind of goes to the desert idea here, is we don't have in this package, which we've discussed previously, any type of pilot program, but we do know based on our outreach to communities that we're going to have a bit of an organic pilot program, right? It's communities that have raised their hands. So within the universe of how we see this rolling out to the point of 3 separate license types, all reaching commence ops being a trigger, or however else you look to consider that trigger. We are looking at, let's call it 5 to 10 communities that will probably be the first out of the gate with bylaws, ordinances ready to go to receive those licensures. So there is not going to be kind of the onslaught. Just this is more of a public, outward facing discussion that you all are aware of, because it's going to be relatively insulated to those communities that first get that done. Then we can then receive and work out the HCAs Commissioner Roy mentioned. And so where there are existing businesses that already have HCAs and existing relationships with those businesses, that's why I think there's at least a consideration that they may be the first to be able to be authorized by their communities. But you're right, that is not a guarantee.
Not, because I've heard like very well established, retailer and getting from their local community. So there might be someone like little feet, like pushback, like yeah.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going back to the in real time conversation. So we do have under paragraph 2, we did indicate in real time for that piece, and I would just I'd recommend that if you're looking to have periodic updates, we could do a motion at the end of this discussion where you have us come back after we vote on the package to come back at certain intervals for a report to occur as its own motion at the end of this.
Well, why wouldn't we just include it and embed it here?
Well, number one, if we do a motion, there's a couple, it's more flexible so that we can amend it if we need to. And also just putting in periodic dates for a report doesn't seem like it's the best place within a reg versus in a motion vote.
I think if we put in shall in real time collect and publicly report on data measuring the criteria. I don't know how
Every
much
6 months throughout the exclusivity period. Like we have 12 months, we have other like time,
right.
36 months, 12 months.
I would like to see some language in there if you think that, I mean, I think that reporting on this every 6 months allows us to be more nimble.
Right.
And if we're going to be collecting it, and this also forces us to do what we didn't do in the first place for the original exclusivity period, we kind of punted that for however many years. I think that this holds our feet to the fire to make sure that we're using our staff. We're not spending extra money on outside, researchers to get this done. So I would prefer, and Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if you have any opposition to that, but putting in and forcing us, because I think that this is also more helpful to our licensees, but also helpful to people who might not be able to initially get in and are thinking about it and they're sort of understanding. How many licensees have you talked to who say, oh my God, I wish I never did this? I mean, there are a lot of people who now find themselves with price compression and their original business plan has been thrown out the window. So as we report in real time, I think we also are, in essence, providing a kind of economic indicator for people who might be thinking about getting involved in this, and we can help them have that information as they assess whether or not they want to try to get into this exclusive license type. So I would lean towards something that holds our feet to the fire on a regular reporting basis. And I don't think 6 months is terrible. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I get a little queasy with the motion language because we've already now used motion language for not one, but two extensions on delivery. I don't want to see that happen. Just try to put in safeguards that history doesn't repeat itself.
All right, Commissioner Stubbins, do you have any opposition to holding us accountable to make this data publicly available every 6 months during the exclusivity period?
I don't have any problem with it.
All right, I believe that's called consensus. So moving on, Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will scroll back just a little bit to page 32. This is 500-0506F3E, which reads, a marijuana event organizer shall conduct no more than 24 single days of permitted sales and consumption activity during a calendar year and shall not host more than 5 consecutive days of sales and consumption activity at a temporary consumption event. I know that the board has previously discussed this. Legal has additional proposed amendments based upon prior discussions at public meeting on the page guide that has been distributed. So I'm happy to read those or post those in the chat, whichever is more helpful. But of course, if there's more comment and discussion, if you find that there needs to be any changes, we can certainly make those.
Do you want to read that to us? Or go ahead.
She's on page 32.
And then these are the...
I'll give everybody just a second. I know we have a lot of paper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is the staff amendments. This sheet here, Commissioner Roy.
Yep. Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Please.
I will read the legal proposed amendment for this same section, 500-0506F3E. A marijuana event organizer shall conduct no more than 30 single days of permitted sales and consumption activity per municipality each calendar year. And I'll continue along just because they go in order. Subsection F, a marijuana event organizer shall submit a single event plan for a single or multi-day temporary consumption event no later than 90 days prior to the first scheduled date of the temporary consumption event. No temporary consumption event may be held without an event plan approved by the commission. The event plan shall include at a minimum the following. And the last section is actually in the definitions of temporary consumption event at 500-002. Temporary consumption event means temporary consumption event means an event that a marijuana event organizer facilitates after obtaining approval from the commission.
Thank you. Obviously, this is pushing us in a direction that's a little bit more consistent with the ABCC and how they license some of these intermittent events. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? I think that we've had an opportunity to speak with the legal team about this. Are we, Commissioner Steffen?
I'm okay with the language. I guess the question I would have, if we need to include it under the new definition, after obtaining approval from the commission, do we need to also identify, say, and municipality? Yeah, it's kind of a two-step review and approval process.
I think that makes sense. Commissioner Wright, you agree?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we can certainly make that amendment, of course.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on to the next issue? Okay, Attorney Bruno. And we're on page 33 now?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are now on page 33, which is 500-0506F3F5, and this is in regards to the pre-event public safety briefing. And this is really a build out of that briefing requirement to better identify exactly what would be required and build out into the regulatory language. And so on the page guide, legal has proposed some amendments, which I will read. This would be a new E under that section. A marijuana event organizer shall conduct a pre-event public safety briefing with representatives from local law enforcement, fire services, and emergency medical services, collectively or individually, prior to any temporary consumption event. The marijuana event organizer shall maintain a pre-event public safety report summarizing the topics discussed, the date and time of the briefing, the names, titles, and affiliations of all participating representatives, and any recommendations, conditions, or operational requirements issued by such representatives. The public safety briefing shall include, at a minimum, discussion of traffic control and parking management, crowd management and ingress-egress procedures, emergency egress routes and evacuation procedures, access for emergency responders and staging areas, communication protocols between on-site security, event staff, and first responders, and procedures for managing public safety concerns, including but not limited to consumer intoxication or medical emergencies. I'll continue reading because they all continue.
The language that you've got in there is good. Thank you.
And this is 500-0506F3F5, which will include what is required as submission of an event plan, a copy of the pre-event public safety report with the remainder of the language there stricken, and under 500-0506F3, a new M. Within 7 days prior to the commencement of a temporary consumption event, the marijuana event organizer shall confirm with the representatives from local law enforcement, fire services, and emergency medical services identified in 935 CMR 500-140, that should be 050. I'll make sure that citation is correct for some reason.
What is incorrect? Just so
I think the citation is incorrect, and that's my mistake.
Thank you.
But we'll make sure that technical amendment is made. In emergency medical services identified that all safety measures, operational plans, and event logistics remain accurate and effective. And if any material changes occur to the temporary consumption event, including but not limited to the layout, schedule, staffing, capacity, security plan, or emergency response procedures, after such confirmation, the marijuana event organizer shall promptly notify the same representatives and provide updated information reflecting such changes.
Yeah, remember, we weren't talking about any sort of time frame there, right? About update.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, if I may. So when speaking with the Chiefs of Police Association, they were hoping that, of course, if something changes before the 7-day check-in, that the marijuana event organizer remains in contact with them as just a best practice. But at the very least, they're hoping for the 7-day, 1 week ahead, to ensure that if there are any big material changes, like the schedule, or if the weather's looking a particular way and they need to move indoors.
Saying it's okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I apologize, Commissioner Wright.
Commissioner, you have a question?
Yeah, so there's a new phrase in here, collectively or individually, that wasn't there prior. Whose idea was that?
If I may.
I think it's my question saying, what is a briefing? So go ahead.
Yes, so part of the question there is, depending on the municipality, it may be difficult to get all of these people in a room at one time, or schedule a meeting with every single one of these representatives. So that language was intended to capture the ability of a marijuana event organizer having a meeting with each of these representatives on their own. That was part of the discussion, I think, from last public meeting.
Commissioner, I'm not comfortable because I could have a meeting with an ambulance provider and I've checked all the boxes. Basically, like it says EMS, so collectively or individually. So, I couldn't reach law enforcement. I couldn't reach fire. I met with the local ambulance company. I'm all set. And here's my plan. So I'm not quite comfortable.
That's a loophole that you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that, but this was also another question. I mean, I think that her point is actually well taken. If there's a loophole, people will see it. So, all right. So can you just address that? Because this is also getting back to my point about what's a briefing, right? Do they have to meet with them in person? Do they provide them with a brief. That's the thing that I was getting stuck on before is the communities that are going to do this are generally going to be supportive, and so they're going to make this happen, right? But what is a briefing, and how do we define that? So does it have to be in person? Saying it has to be in person?
If I may, Madam Chair. Thank you. And so this was part of the conversation from the last public meeting as well. And in doing some research, public briefing is a very common, prevent safety briefing is a very, very common term with law enforcement preparations and planning and safety. I could not find any particular legal definition coming from the law enforcement side or their use, but in response to your request from the last meeting, what we did do is put together this template of a pre-event public safety report. And so this, along with guidance, I think.
Could we just pull this up, because I don't think I've seen this before?
Sure.
So can you just help us walk through this?
Sure.
Attorney Burnham, because then I think that maybe.
So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I may.
Please go ahead.
So I'll just read through and kind of give I'll call a little tour guide of this. So the purpose reads, this form is to help marijuana event organizers record their required pre-event public safety briefing with local law enforcement, fire and emergency medical services under, I'll say, our regulations, and share consistent information with municipal reviewers and public safety partners. So Section A, we have an event snapshot, which would require the event name, their marijuana event organizers information, the venue information, if this is going to be an indoor or outdoor premises for the user, if there's smoking, non-smoking, alcohol at the event, the types of separation and controls from alcohol, estimated attendance. The next section is the pre-event public safety briefings. Briefings may be conducted jointly with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and or emergency medical services, or with these representatives individually.
Let me just point out, so I think that this language right here might get at what you were just. Briefings may be conducted jointly with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and or emergency medical services, or with these representatives individually. So it's basically saying that a briefing has to be conducted, I think, here with all of them. Are you not seeing that, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I'm reading may differently. I would put briefing shall be conducted either individually or jointly, because the way I'm reading it is you may or may not hold a briefing.
Good point.
Madam Chair, if I may, certainly well taken. Those are easy amendments we can certainly make, and it's helpful to have other eyes on these things. It's well appreciated.
So briefings shall be conducted jointly or individually with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and or emergency. Yeah, it's just a little, I think it's almost awkwardly, and I think if you throw the individually and put shall in there, I think that it reads better. Okay, keep going, Attorney Bruno. That was a good catch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pre-event public safety briefing may be conducted in person, by telephone, or virtually. The same core information should be shared with all representatives.
When you say all representatives, you mean just all representatives of public safety of
Correct.
We're still in that page 2 pre-event public safety briefing language. When you say all representatives, I'm assuming that it refers back, but I always like to be duplicative if it's not a waste of air.
Absolutely. Again, easy amendments that we can make.
Commissioner Ray, do you see that? Are you comfortable with that?
Did you have an objection to
it? No. I think that the way she's rewritten it to include shall, and I think so briefings shall be conducted jointly or individually with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and or emergency medical services. Right, so you're flipping that, but you're saying shall. And then the public safety briefing may be conducted in person, by telephone, or virtually. So the briefing, so as I'm seeing this, the briefing is supposed to be in person. Or when I say in person, it's not just submitting this. When I see that, person, telephone, or virtually.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Signature.
So this is coming from of course, the Chiefs of Police Association. And so I don't think they had a particular preference on how the meeting is conducted, just that it is.
No, but this was, I think, my original question, when you said briefing, right? Can you brief the piece of paper, or must a brief be done with human beings?
Human contact.
Human contact. And so it looks like they do want.
I see your,
Do you see what I'm
yes,
saying?
I see your question.
So,
Yes.
Again, there's a brief and a briefing and Commissioner Ray?
I move to strike the word core because that's subjective. The same information should be shared with our representatives. I don't know what core may be different to me, to you. So I think everybody should get exactly the same information.
Attorney Brennan?
Absolutely, Commissioner Wright. I think that this of course is just a draft, and the implementation working group is.
No, but it's really good.
Oh, it's excellent.
Really good.
I'm not picking it apart.
I don't mean it by that means in any way, shape, or form. It's all well taken. I just don't want the board to spend a huge amount of time on this, because the implementation working group is of course going to be ripping through this.
Work of art.
Yes, yes. And the Chiefs of Police Association, I'm sure.
But all I'll say is that going through this, it answers my questions about what's
Good.
here, because now I finally know that they do mean us to be human to human contact and not just providing us with a piece of paper. Executive Director, you.
I just wanted to kind of support the questions, and I think the improvements that were just made and discussed here, which is, this looks different depending on where we are, right? If we're talking about Cambridge, most people look at this, right? Fire and EMS is the same organization. You get to say this, a lot of optionality for the towns to meet these needs. And so I think just to kind of reiterate, it might be that the PD and the fire EMS can't meet at the same time, but they all must be checked off and they must have the same level of information. So I think, to your point, it answers a lot of the questions I think we discussed previously.
Do you mind continuing to go through here?
Sure, absolutely, Madam Chair.
This is, even though I know this is not, it's actually answering questions, and I think it will also,
It'll save you guys.
well, I think it's
Mark down the
flavor.
We edited it.
Well, I think it flavors what my question. So if you wouldn't mind continuing to just sort of walk us through this, because I think this kind of helps us understand what's going to happen on the local level.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy that it's helpful. And so under B, it continues to include the briefing format, if it's a joint meeting or if there's going to be individual meetings, to list the names of the public safety representatives, where the meeting is located, or if it's virtual, the link, the participants, their name and title, agency, phone number, email, all of their contact information. Section C includes site operations and site and operations overview, which of course can be re-envisioned, but it was the thought to include a map of the event, to include where the event perimeter and controlled access points will be, where the premises will be, consumption areas, emergency routes, where responder access can be, medical aid, cash handling. Additionally, in C2, staffing roles and communication, so that the event organizer is listing who the key managerial staff will be, who will be reachable at any time during event operations, the staff that will be at the entrance, the security staff with age verification, and Section C for scheduling and capacity, what their daily schedule for the event looks like, if there's an entertainment lineup, so law enforcement has a sense of what events might be occurring. If they're popular, it's going to draw a larger crowd, the maximum license capacity that the event organizer can have, what types of ticketing and admission controls there will be, if there's pre-sales, door sales, what the plan is for ID checks, peak flow times. Excuse me. For D, we have the public safety focus area, which is a checklist and notes. So these are topics for discussion at a minimum, and they are intended to be checked off once there's been a discussion and any notes or conditions are captured. So we have a section that addresses traffic control and parking management, a section that addresses crowd management, another section that addresses emergency egress and evacuation, another section that addresses responder access and staging areas for public safety, another section addressing communications protocols. Then we have medical and intoxication responses, security and cash handling.
If we can just go, obviously, page 8, cooling down area, that's still subject to.
Yes. It's just notes for myself.
I'm just.
Thank you. Yes, and on D7, we have, again, the security and cash handling. D8, we have staffing resources and mutual aid if other local communities need to be involved. And then in section E, we have recommendations, conditions, and operational requirements from public safety partners to capture any directives, conditions, or recommendations provided by law enforcement, fire, EMS, or emergency management. Were they a prerequisite prior to opening, an opportunity to provide proof of completion or compliance. Under F, we have material changes after pre-event public safety briefing. So a location where an event organizer can log and any notification of material changes that occur. A 7-day pre-event confirmation under section G, which notes the within 7 days prior to the event start, confirmation that all safety measures, operational plans, and logistics remain accurate and effective, along with just a note that that particular section isn't required to be completed prior to submission of the event plan, because of course it physically can't occur that way. A section just to fill in who they've contacted and who they've discussed any 7-day check-in information with, and if there's any next steps or outstanding items. And then there's an attestation section along with a checklist for ease and reminders for event organizers to include all of the required documentation.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the team. You did some really good work here, and it makes me feel more comfortable with where we are here. So thank you for doing that. Okay, so since I've taken us down that rabbit hole, thank you, Commissioner Roy.
I just have a friendly amendment on page 3. On the site plan and layout, could we add point of sale?
Absolutely, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Okay.
And I just have a question.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Is there anywhere in the regs that this form has to be submitted to the commission?
If I may, Madam Chair. Yes. So under
we're back on what page, or that's the so
if I may, sorry, Madam Chair. On our handy page guide on page 2, you'll see page 33, 500 0506 F3 F5. That is a legal proposed amendment, a copy of the pre-event public safety report, and this is housed under
and that's where we just
what will be required to be submitted for an event plan to the commission for review.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Page 2 on here.
Oh, yeah.
You guys kept track of all this.
If I may,
please, Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yes, just on the middle of the page, it's page 33, 500 0506 F3 F5. And just for a sense of where this is housed, this is under the requirements of what is mandated to be submitted as part of an event plan by a marijuana event organizer. So this reads that they shall submit a copy of the pre-event public safety report. So if this report is implemented through, this template is implemented through the working group, this is what they would need to submit as part of their event plan for approval.
Commissioner Wright?
When? Then in at least 90 days in advance of the event.
And then in 7 days before, do they need to resubmit the reaffirmation of it?
If I may.
Attorney Bruno?
No, so they do not, there's nothing requiring a resubmission, and it's just a more informal requirement. I understand that might be true.
If I read this, what they submit stands, but they have the 7 days prior to state that anything changed. Is that Commissioner Roy?
So I would move to say if there are any changes, they do need to update the commission in that 7-day.
Oh, okay. So do we have that or no?
If I may, I think there is a section where there is a requirement that they shall update the commission of any changes, but it certainly doesn't hurt to make that explicit in that section. So we can certainly make that amendment.
Yeah, it's specific to this this document.
The briefing.
Yes. Thank you. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Simmons?
Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Chair. Just, and thank you for doing this. I guess I have a question about how this document can be useful. So it's useful, obviously it's useful to us. How can a lot of what the information is, I'm assuming, maybe you have a better sense of this with the municipal hat, but thinking of the timing in our process, this is a lot of good information. It might help the local authority make a decision on whether to approve a permit or not. Right? I've gone through all these check marks. I'm ready to present you with my permit application. Please know I've talked to police, fire, everybody. Here's my map. How can we help? Well, two questions. How can we help this information be helpful in the process as they approach a municipality, which also, again, have additional information that they're looking for? And then just to make sure we're mirroring our language correctly, if you go back onto page 32F, is this in addition to an event plan, or are we calling these essentially the same thing?
Attorney Bruno?
So I'll answer your second question first. So this is not in addition, I guess it's a piece of the event plan, part of what would be required to be submitted as part of what I'll have the header of the event plan packet.
Is this sort of almost an abbreviated event plan that checks the box regarding public safety? Is that what maybe we could call this, or not that we're going to call, but is that how we envision this?
And if I may,
thank you.
I guess this answers both of your question and Commissioner Stebbins. So this is certainly a policy decision. What we heard from prior public meetings was that there was a wish to include this pre-event public safety briefing and report. And so this has been built out based upon that request. And so it was in part, my understanding is response to the comments submitted by the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association. It is certainly part of the municipal approval process, I'm sure. It's certainly a policy decision if it's something to be left to the municipality to do on their own, as opposed to something that the commission would like to employ. We developed this because of the policy decisions that we heard from the board.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. It's just that we don't want to make it too burdensome. We're talking about two separate plans. And as I start to read under F, a diagram with sufficient detail to identify location, consumption areas, address. I see a lot of information that we're asking for in that event plan being reflected in the public event or pre-event public safety report. So I just want to make sure we're not overburdening it, but maybe making it more concise, because I think this information be pulled from both.
I mean, but see, what I see this is that they have to have the big full-fledged plan, but this is kind of a check the box. We just want in one place the public safety considerations. And I don't want to go for burdening, but it feels like this is just a smaller checklist that's just focused on, in essence, public safety. Is that, am I interpreting that the right way, or am I not? Because if I'm not, then...
If I may, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, so you are interpreting it that way. That was the nature of the public comment from the Chiefs of Police Association, is that they wanted more involvement in the public safety aspect prior to the event occurring. When I discussed with them the build out of what we had for the marijuana event plan, the marijuana event organizer right now, what they're required to submit and when. They felt that it was more appropriate to have that interaction occur before they submit their event plan to the commission. The information contained within this template is really a build out of what they communicated to me. They had a lot. They're very, very knowledgeable, very good conversation with them with a lot of substantive thoughts and ideas. So the public safety, I'll call the checklist. Those are, and of course, I'm sure they would be involved in further development, but the nature of those checkboxes really comes from them and what they would like to see from a marijuana event organizer. And again, that's certainly a policy consideration. If the board would like to include that in the approval process by the commission, or if you would like to leave that to the municipality individually in their own approval process.
Mr. Stebbins and then Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to be mindful. There's a lot of good information here, and I think it reflects information that we want to pull from our event report. So I'm just trying to think of real granular how we can combine these two, so it's not a pre-event public safety report and event plan if we're trying to all capture the same information.
Okay, Commissioner Roy.
I'm going to piggyback on that. If there was a way to combine them, pre-event public safety and event report, so there's not duplicative. I think that's what it's duplicative in certain areas. So is there a way to combine them? Also, as we're going through testing and we talk about standardization and it just makes life easy. So I'd like standardization in the form. So the way it reads now, you can use this or you can make your own, make your own. And I think for our team, our licensing team, I think if everybody uses the same form, because it's like snowflakes, no two are going to be exactly alike if we allow people to do their own. So I think we need to make this this form. If we merge the two, this is the required form.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I would agree with that. And at some point, extending that far beyond just this stuff, like diversity reports, positive.
Everything should be standardization across the board.
We're not trying to look at 50 different variations.
Yeah.
But, sorry.
Go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, just again, going back to 32 and page F, we talk about an event plan. There's a lot of good information in here. I just want to make sure that clear to our licensees, if we can consolidate all of this, that we can obviously appropriately appreciate the input from Mass Chiefs. I think their information is in there, and I don't think it's too far away from what we would also require. So I think there's a way to combine the term event plan and combine pre-event public safety report and hopefully marry those two.
And everybody uses that form.
And everybody uses our form. We're trying to make it easy. Here's your template. You don't need to reinvent the wheel.
That's a good idea. Commissioner Roy?
I also on 500-0506F3, the new E, I move to strike collectively or individually and replace with provided.
I apologize.
Would you repeat that? On page 32, 500-0506F3, the new E, I move to strike collectively or individual and replace with or provide an attestation to such outreach to the commission.
Commissioner Stebbins, are you good with that language? Does it make sense?
Did you tell me that section?
Sure. My concern was collectively or individually, they could cherry pick the local ambulance company and say, I did it all. So I see a loophole. I'm just trying to shore it up, make sure there's no loophole here.
All right. Do we have consensus on that? Moving forward, I may want to take a brief 5-minute break. I would entertain a motion from Commissioner Roy to take a 5-minute break.
And I'm appreciative of that 5-minute break. I so moved.
Okay,
I'll second it. I don't want to hold anybody up.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are in break until 11:25.
All right, hello, Troy, hello, Nunya. So we are in a short break at the CCC. Don't worry, though. All right, so don't worry about that. We will be back in a few minutes. The commissioners are taking their morning break. They're working hard. They're going line by line through the social consumption regulation. Thank you very much to those of you tuning in. Once the commissioners are back, I'm going to go cook my towel chicken. I'm thinking about putting Nunya in charge, although I'm a little bit worried Nunya will just take you all on a boat out into international waters and then start using you for revenue generation purposes. So I don't know about that. But okay, so the CCC's in recess. What would I... Oh, yes, I was going to check out President Trump's news conference. No, it's not live yet. So President Trump is expected to speak about something. We don't actually know what he's going to talk about, but if that goes live during the recess, we'll take it. He was supposed to go live at 11. He never actually goes live at 11. He always makes them wait a little bit. But anyway... do not sell. No, Nunya's like, all right, I'm going to sell you all for lasagna. See, I told you, if I left Nunya in charge, Nunya would just take you all out into the ocean and start trading you for food. I predicted it, little towels. Let's see if we can take a pop in at the White House, see what's going on over there with President Trump. Give me 1 second. There isn't actually anything going on right now, as far as I can tell. It looks like it's just the outside of the White House. Hold on. All right, how about that? Yes? No? Maybe so? Yep, there we go. Alright, now let me pop this up to full screen. Alright, there you go. There's the White House. There's nothing actually going on the stream. It is literally just the White House, but that's fine. We'll just sit and watch the White House. Have you ever wanted to just look at the White House? I guess that's what we're doing today while the CCC's on break. But in any event, we've been looking at the social consumption regulations. A lot of interesting stuff going on there. The CCC's in recess for 5 minutes if President Trump starts talking. Before then, we'll take that coverage. I guess, you know what we can do that's kind of cool? Well, first of all, let me save some system resources. Let me close out of that. All right. And let's full screen this. How's that? Look at that nice view of Washington. I bet I can sit in front of it. Hold on. There's no promises that this is going to work. Hold on. Have you ever wanted to see towels sitting on top of the White House? You ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Look it. I'm going to sit on top of the... It's me. Look it. I'm just sitting there. Hey, look it. It's me. I'm a little towel. Have you ever... Now, what if I make myself smaller and I put myself on the roof of the White House? Yes. Oh, look it. It's me. Nunya, I'm on the roof of the White House. Look at me. I'm just sitting there. Look at that beautiful background. There you go. Look at me. I'm on the roof. Have you ever... Hi, how are you all doing? Yeah, well, it's either this or watch the recess of the CCC. So instead, you're going to get me... Look at me. I'm on the roof. President Trump is expected to speak. He was expected to speak at 11. As far as I can tell, he hasn't actually started talking yet. I don't know what the announcement is about. Yes, I'm a building. Look at me. I'm a towel on a roof. I think they wrote a play about this one time. It was interpolated a little bit, but really the play was supposed to be about a towel on a roof. That's me. Look at me back here. I'm on a roof. Anyway, I can't make the CCC come back into session, but we are keeping an eye on, as I said, the White House to see if President Trump decides to speak. He normally makes the media wait. We don't exactly know what he's speaking about, but, we're watching, and I'm on a roof. Towel on a hot tin roof. No, I don't know if I can drink. I can't do that, not yet. Now, listen, I can go sit in the fountain. Oh, no, I'm a towel in a fountain. Nunya, what have you done? What have you done? You've put me in a fountain. I'm now stuck down here. I don't think you understand. I am in a fountain. All right? Yes, this is the erudite coaching commentary you tune in for. Government regulatory hearings about social consumption lounges in Massachusetts and coverage of President Trump and towel in a fountain. Forget about towel on a hot tin roof. I'm in a fountain. Yes, well, at least I have the flag next to me. You see what I'm saying? I can just look up at it. God bless America. I'm a towel. There you go. I'm not drinking from the fountain, Nunya. I'm in the fountain. You wanted me to be in the fountain. I'm now stuck in the fountain. I don't know what to tell you. This is your fault. I don't know why the CCC wants to go in recess. The flag waving works. It actually does. Look at me in a fountain. I'm having a great day. Yep. This is exactly where I want to be. Nothing better than fall at the White House. I'm in a fountain. Imagine if you tuned onto the news, if you tuned into the news, turned on the news, and the anchor was just sitting there in a fountain in front of the White House. That would be hilarious. You don't understand. I'm hilarious. All right, so the CCC is coming back into session at 11:25. I don't think President Trump's going to start speaking before then. It's unclear exactly what he's speaking about. I know some people think it's about cryptos or whatever. Some people think it's about this other thing. People just assume it's going to be about a certain thing. Until President Trump actually says it, I'm just a towel in a fountain. All right? So I have no idea what this announcement is about. Could be a really big announcement. Maybe we'll tune in. That was like the time we were live and covered the DOJ press conference, and it turned out to be a huge deal related to the NBA and the bet rigging and the mafia. And people on Twitter were like, Grant's the only one covering it. All these random people started watching. Like 20,000 people were watching, and then I turned on the CCC after that. It was a funny day. Yes, there's nothing quite like watching towel news coverage. Anyway, it's almost 11:25, so let's check in on the CCC. President Trump, as I mentioned, has not started speaking yet, so you have not missed anything. When President Trump does start speaking, I might take the announcement, you know what I'm saying? We'll keep an eye on it, but for now, I'm going to move myself back over to this corner. Look at me, I'm a little towel. I want to go make my chicken. I got this very nice ranch-flavored chicken, frozen chicken for cheap. I'm trying to save money, being a cost-efficient little towel, got a lot going on. Still haven't done my fundraiser. I need to probably do a fundraiser for Towel Mom. Going to try to see if I can get it fixed, but, I don't want her. I feel like she's got friends who are pressuring me. You'd be surprised how much pressure I take for calling out Brian Tully's unit and Michael Proctor and all them. So we might have to do a fundraiser for Towel, just so that Kate Peter can't pressure Towel Mom if that's what's going on. But anyway, we don't have to do that yet. For now, we're waiting for the CCC to come back from their early morning recess. And if you've never watched towel coverage of a CCC hearing before, this is basically what it's like. They work through these complex regulatory documents. Today's a more interesting day than normal because they're going to finalize the social consumption regulations. But on the whole, it's mostly just them working on governmental documents and then me sitting around being a little towel. Now, you may be saying to yourself, this is a little different than watching court. It is. I'm not going to lie. It's a little different than watching court. There's just sort of a different ebb and flow to how a governmental agency works. They work really hard, but they're their own bosses. It's like if you had a bunch of judges trying to decide stuff about policy. They're all their own bosses, so they don't really care. They know what they're doing. They work really hard. They're not amateurs, but they kind of do things in their own way. They are going to do what they're going to do, and you're going to sit there and watch them. That's how it works. You might not like it. I think it's fine. The system they have is pretty good. They're pretty efficient. They do a lot of work. I mean, some bossy Texas chick was saying earlier, I am shocked that 3 people she thought it was 4. It's actually 3 commissioners. There's 5 commissioners on the board, but one of them resigned, Camargo. One of them's not here today, Concepcion. She hasn't been there in a while. So it's a 3-person board going through hundreds of pages of regulations. It's pretty impressive. They have a big staff, like a legal department, and an investigations and enforcement department, and working groups, and all this stuff. They have 7 lawyers. They probably have 20 lawyers. Then they have all these communications people, and then they have all the other staff members who provide input, and it's this whole convoluted bureaucratic process. The point is, they put a lot of work in. I think they, on the whole, should be funded. If I were talking to legislators who generally do listen to me, I think I would tell them, just fund them. Now that O'Brien's back as the chair, just fund them. I don't really see an issue with funding them. They're doing fine work. They're not doing anything that's problematic. And I don't know. I think part of the issue is a lot of people are oh, they don't do anything. Why should we give them money? Well, okay, obviously they do some things. You just watch them do a substantial amount of work. Nunya has requested that I put some cheese on my chicken that I'm going to make as soon as this agency gets back from break, which I will do, Nunya. In your honor, I think I have some shredded cheese. I will put some shredded cheese on my chicken. Now, I wanted to go get a wrap from Boston College the other day, and I wasn't able to pull it off because they had spicy chicken, and I can't eat that. So I've just for the whole week, I've been I'm going to find these chicken pieces of chicken. I'm going to coat them in barbecue sauce. I'm going to put them in ranch. I'm going to make rice, and I'm going to make a wrap. And that's what I'm going to do today, and no one's going to stop me. So if the CCC could just get back from its break, that would be wonderful, because then I'm going to go make my chicken. The press department's probably like, make them wait, make them wait, torment that little towel. How dare you? You're a towel. Anyway, President Trump also hasn't started speaking, so I'm just kind of monitoring what's going on. I'm more interested in seeing the CCC finish up this years-long social consumption process because it takes into consideration like events that are going to get regulated. It takes into consideration so much of the Freedom Rally on the Common and all these different events. Even if so for example, the Harvest Cup this weekend, this is going to be the last year that any of these events just exist. I hope you all understand going forward why it's such a big deal. And a lot of these people don't even know what to do because they didn't get a say in this. They were so used to like getting whatever they wanted. They completely screwed this up. They have no allies. They have no friends. No one helped save them. So they did, in my opinion, they held these events for years. The CCC was just monitoring them, and now the agency has written up these regulations that basically forces you to be regulated. If you're an event, like they call it the Hemp Fest on the Common, its formal name is the Boston Freedom Rally, the Hemp Fest is out in Seattle. If you're doing an event like that on the Common, now you don't just need a local permit from the city of Boston, which this organization only got because they sued the city many years ago to force the city to permit them. Now there's a new permitting regime which supplants all existing permitting and now forces all of these events, whether they allow smoking or not, if they are related to adult or medical use products or companies in any way, they have to get a host community agreement. They have to submit event safety plans. They have to get permitted by the agency. They become a regulated entity. And you might be saying, Grant, why are you so thrilled with this? Well, some of these organizations are like small clout-based like crews, and they took advantage of a system that was never meant to facilitate this kind of behavior. It was an egregious abuse, and now they're regulated. No, I'm sitting around like a little towel with a big smirk on my face, like, get regulated. You should not have taken advantage of the system, and now you didn't even get a say in the process. It's over. It's done. They're implementing this. The local police chiefs and whatever, you all are seen as regulated parties now. Regulated entities. That means you're subject to the jurisdiction of this Article 1 court. And that's not why I and others built this market. Sorry, we didn't build it so you could move Cali packs on the Common. Nope. Not happening. The years that I ran that event, first of all, it was explicitly prohibited. Any sale of products. I ran around that event like a madman. Even, because think about it, it's a park. All right, some events are inside, so it's easier to regulate. You want to license an event in a park, that's fine, but you can't control, and you're not required to, the egress of people into the park. What you have to control is if people step on the park property and do things, that then becomes your responsibility. You should have seen me running around like a little mad towel, being like, nope. Why? Because I didn't build the market for that reason. I didn't help build it. There were a lot of people that built it. I didn't build it so you could do that. You want to do that, go do it somewhere else. And then I said, after I saw how some of these people behaved, and you can thank people like Lisa Silver Crow Perot and Robert Baby Boy Jeffrey and all that for this. You're all welcome. You can thank them after I leave. They caused this because I knew this was coming. And I was like, oh, these bastards are going to get sandbagged. Yeah, so enjoy being a regulated entity and putting your names on all the documents and going through the state level permitting check and the state level cross-reference on your safety plan and all of the other things that come along with being involuntarily regulated by the CCC. Better get started on those documents, folks. And you gotta get the local permit too. The cost for running an event just quadrupled. Hey, at least you'll have an easier time getting insurance, right? You don't understand. I am celebrating today. I am joyous. God bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, America is a glorious place. We shall all stand together and say, get regulated. Now, it's a small thing, all right? It's a regulatory agency, my word. But I am joyous about this. I can't tell you how happy I am that these bastards are being regulated against their will. So they're like, oh, we won't do it. All right, okay. You're not getting your local permit. And if you didn't just try to hold the event like a drug market without permits, good luck with that one. All right, have a fun time with that. See how quickly the JTTF and the rest of the squads barrel down on your unpermitted open-air drug market. You don't understand, folks. You don't understand. It is a glorious day. None you would like to know, what about a chicken establishment called Chicken Farm? Listen, Nunya, don't make me play the Kate Peter video. Nunya, who was the first person to spread the rumor about Chris and Colin Albert? It was Kate Peter. Why did she do it? So that attention would be focused on them and not other people that Kate Peter knows. Don't fall victim to it, Nunya. We are not making Chris Albert and Colin Albert a distraction because it's beneficial to Kate Peter. You don't understand. She's ruthless. Listen, folks, Colin Albert is a nice guy. Now, I spent 4 hours with Colin Albert one time and his dad. I was just eating some pizza. They make a really good barbecue chicken ranch calzone.
Okay.
All right, they're back.
Thank you. And returning back, and Attorney Bruno, if you would like to continue to lead us through the process here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are still under the marijuana event organizer section. We have some staff amendments here on page 32 at 500-050-6F3 B. We have, in accordance with 935.
Give it a second. Come on. Come on now. Government technology is terrible. Hold on. I'm here with you. It'll finish in a second. It uses this software that isn't ideal. I think I think saying it that way is putting it lightly, folks.
CMR 500-180, a marijuana event organizer must obtain a host community agreement at its principal place of business. The addition here is marijuana to complete the definition, the defined term of marijuana event organizer, which
all right. What is going on here? I'm still with you, by the way. Grant Smith Ellis here. What is going on with this? I mean, it is loading, but like, come on. What? Why is this software? By the way, the software that this agency uses is notoriously
was
bad.
accidentally omitted in the prior draft.
Okay, Commissioner Roy?
I hate to do this. I just need to rewind us back to this form briefly.
This is a really important form, so
Yeah.
it's kind of going to be.
So could we just tighten the language on the purpose? Because it seems like it's voluntary. This form helps. So this form is required. Make it a little stronger language on the purpose.
Commissioner, if I can, I think that right now, this is still a template, and so this is not necessarily part of.
Yeah, not etched in stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think that, but again, I think that this now is going to sort of cascade under what we just said, they shall.
That's right.
You changed it from may to shall.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Stebbins has basically said we can, so this is all going to get regularized.
Thank you. And I was just flagging it so we wouldn't overlook it, just to tighten this language.
No, it's a good point. And I applaud the staff for putting this together.
You guys did a great job.
Really, I just think that it answers not only the questions that I had about briefing, but I think it also is just great towards providing clarity that I think everybody's going to need. So this is good. All right, are you good, Commissioner Wright?
Attorney Bruno.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. And thank you, Madam Chair. So this is, excuse me, at page 32, 500-050-6F3B, which reads, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-180, a marijuana event organizer must obtain a host community agreement at its principal place of business. The addition here was to have the full defined term of marijuana event organizer. The word marijuana had previously been omitted. So the addition there is simply the term marijuana.
Thank you. Moving on.
Under subsection F in 1, we have a diagram sufficient to a diagram of sufficient detail to identify the temporary consumption events, location and premises, including designated areas for sale and service areas, consumption areas and storage of marijuana and marijuana products, limited access areas, points of entry and egress, identification checkpoints, and planned use of each area. The change here is to include after sales and service areas, because we have that hospitality aspect of service. So the addition is and service areas.
Does anybody have any questions on that? Hearing none, we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Commissioner Wright, sorry.
What about disposal and wasting?
Madam Chair, if I may. So this is a diagram of what the essentially temporary consumption events, the location and the premise shall be. So this is just specific to essentially a map of what the event's going to look like. And so they're still required to have wasting and disposal procedures and a plan, an SOP related to that, and have those wasting procedures. But this is just specifically the event plan, what the map will look like.
But there's product involved with wasting and disposal. I'm wondering if we would.
I think I hear what she's saying, because it's really a policy, because this is temporary. And so in terms of wasting, you have to have a policy about how you're going to do it, but you may not have a hard place, or do you want a hard place? Can you just further?
So, Mr. Executive Director, through the chair, Michigan, there was no consumption. So was there any wasting of anything anywhere? Could you explain to us what that looked like?
Certainly, if I may, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So I did ask that question, and I think it's in my notes there as well. So they had an option to present a wasting on site, and what they chose through their use of the delivery operator was basically everything was coming to and from the retailer. So in terms of wasting, it was basically stored during the day and then returned via the delivery operator to the retailer of origin and wasted at the retailer. And that was what that particular event chose to do, rather than having any wasting on site of the event.
So if I can restate, we've got a policy that tells us how we're going to do it, but this doesn't necessarily have a diagram for where it's going to be done, because it could be movable. So it might not even be on a diagram. It might be facilitated differently. So does that, Commissioner Roy?
Respectfully, Madam Chair, don't we have policies for everything else too?
But I think that, well, again, I'll ask the attorneys. What I'm seeing here, and I may be wrong, is a diagram is kind of it's a map. It's where everything's going to be. And I am unsure if there will, we have a place where we have to store wasted products in brick and mortar, right? We do that now, but I'm not sure we're going to have this in a temporary location. And it's really more, how are you going to facilitate it as opposed to where? Am I wrong? Commissioner Wright?
If I may. So unlike the brick and mortar, there's consumption happening here. Right. And if there's smoking, now there's two types of wasting. This is different. There's in the receptacle after you're done.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
And then there's at the end of the day, where does the stuff in the receptacle go? So you're done with your pre-roll. It goes in the fire flame retardant receptacle.
Okay.
And then at the end of the day, so I'd like to know where these receptacles are on the schematic, and I'd like
the ashtrays are going to be.
Because they're smoking. Yeah, right. And then also at the end, I'd like to know if it is going to be on-site wasting, where is it? And if it's not on the diagram. It goes back to the.
So Attorney Bruno, I don't know what the language would look like. But.
And if we may, we can certainly add language relative to wasting and the receptacles. So we can certainly amend that and add that for later consideration.
Thank you
very
And
much.
again, you
Thank
just
you.
explained to me different kinds of wasting.
Different kinds of wasting. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, are you good with that?
Yes.
Moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are now at number 4, an attestation by the marijuana establishments participating in the temporary consumption event, which states that the entity shall comply with all commission regulations and conditions, including but not limited to the requirements set forth in 935 CMR 500 105 2B8 and 935 CMR 500 141. The new language here is specifically the including but not limited to the requirements set forth in both of those citations, which are, the first is the social consumption establishment responsible vendor training, and the second citation is to all of the additional requirements for social consumption establishments. This was added.
Just as we're on page 60 now, what page are we on?
I'm sorry, we're on the bottom of page 32. I'm sorry for any confusion.
I'm looking. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Number 4.
Yeah, okay, I see it now. Commissioner Roy?
So what's new is the citations.
Correct. And it's just to clarify that they need to be complying with at minimum those specific things relative to social consumption. So just the express language that they must be complying with all social consumption establishment requirements.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, you good?
Good.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
We are now on page 33, subsection I. Only marijuana establishments approved by the commission and licensed to sell to consumers may sell marijuana or marijuana products at a temporary consumption establishment. The addition here is and licensed to sell to consumers. So that captures any licensee that's permitted to have business to consumer sales, as opposed to a licensee that's business to business.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Just for quick clarification, because right now, never mind.
I know where you're going with it.
Answer my question.
Commissioner Ray, would you?
I thought I knew where you're going with it. If I may, Madam Chair.
Right.
Can you explain the purpose of this provision?
If I may, Madam Chair. So this was to clarify because I believe, I'm trying to recall the previous draft, but the previous draft, I think, did not explicitly clarify that it was establishments that are licensed to sell to consumers. In other words, that would capture retail, for example, or I believe delivery operators are licensed to sell to consumers.
But third-party transporters are B2B, and they are allowed to do this.
Would you restate that?
So section I reads, only marijuana establishments approved by the commission and licensed to sell to consumers may sell marijuana products at a temporary consumption event.
Attorney Baker, are you?
Sure, the board chose to put these third-party transporters within this as they can now have supplemental. So we're addressing kind of a different license class.
The temporary consumption. So they can't, they're not permitted to apply for temporary then.
They can, but the car vote was for third-party transporters, and anyone can apply for MEO if they qualify as equity.
If I may, how would this fit for a craft cooperative?
If I may.
Attorney Bruno?
I think when in prior public meetings, and we may have maybe not taken back the correct information, but I think our understanding when we were working through this language was that you have the goal of having anybody who can sell essentially retail sales, somebody who's permitted to have retail sales, be one of these subcontracted licensees to come to the temporary consumption event. So the marijuana event organizer holds the license, they subcontract out, and it's a question of who are you as a policy considering to be able to sell or provide service at these temporary consumption events. I think it was our understanding that the board's position was on the retail side and sale to consumers, but if that's different, we can certainly amend that language.
Mr. Stebbins?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think what I'm trying to grasp here, and maybe the reason before, I think I answered my own question, because I'm reading the language. Only marijuana establishments approved by the commission. I think that is a reflection on prior approval that we're giving a whole number of licensees, including that third-party transporter. We're essentially saying, if we've licensed you to sell directly to consumers, then you're the only ones who can do that at a temporary consumption event. So it's kind of encompassing everybody that we've already said can sell directly to a consumer. We're just saying those are the folks who are eligible. So I wasn't thinking third-party transporter. I was thinking of delivery operator. And then I'm like, if I'm reading the language, it's catching something that I'm thinking that we reflect someplace else.
Commissioner Roy?
Oh, I'm reading this differently. I'm reading it as the ones that currently are licensed to sell to consumers. Therefore, they may do a temporary consumption event. But if you currently aren't B2C, you're precluded from doing so you have to currently be B2C to do a temporary consumption. And if you're not, if you're B2B, you're precluded from a temporary, unless I'm reading it wrong. That's how I'm reading it.
Commissioner Stebbins?
No, it's a good point. I think and again, I don't have a law degree, I don't pretend to, but I think it's that language of approved by the commission. So you're reflecting a prior approval that we've given to those licensees to sell directly to consumers, either by social consumption or by retail or whatever. We've given them approval to sell directly to consumers. And in that case, that whole class of licensees are eligible to participate.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, Commissioner Wright, I didn't understand your question initially. So yes, this would be included in the event plan. So if I'm a marijuana event organizer, I have Bruce's Cannabis, who is a retailer, come sell at my event. He's essentially subcontracting for me. And so that's why it reads as it is.
We can tighten this language a little or change it a little.
Can you share what you would like to see? Commissioner,
the third-party transporter, the way I'm reading that, they would not be able to do this. So, and what DGC is saying, it's basically the subcontractors under the third party have to be, I'm reading it as a blanket prohibition on anybody that's B2B, but you're saying it's you have to be B2C to have a table, a booth, and sell. So I'm wondering if we can suss this language out a little more so it's a little clearer on that.
Could we give you some time and address this? Because I do think this will take a little bit of thinking. But do you understand? Because I'm still, I will admit, coming late to the game, it sometimes is a little bit difficult. But I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that, do you understand what the issue they're raising and how we might want to achieve it, Commissioner Stebbins?
And I think to address Commissioner Roy's point, it just may be a citation that we're missing. Like, I'm approved based on section whatever, right? That shows I have been approved for sale to consumer as a social consumption licensee. Maybe it's that easy, but
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you could say something like, only marijuana establishments approved by the commission in an event plan and licensed to sell to consumers may sell marijuana. But I think that is slightly different from what Commissioner Roy is saying, which is this draft has landed as a policy matter that only B2C can be the subcontractors. So that's kind of a separate issue.
And again, this was a determination that was made, a while ago. So I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure, and I think, if I may, this was set up in this way because these retailers have expertise already selling to consumers, and whereas the event organizer doesn't, being able to lean on the retailer to do the distribution of sale at the event is important. So they already have that built-in skill. They'll have to go through the RBT training, but ultimately, it's already there for them.
Commissioner Roy?
So I'm thinking of my friends out in, I use that term, in Hubbardston, we went to go see the outdoor grow.
Paper crane.
Yes, paper crane. And so their social equity, they've been harmed by prohibition, and they want to have a social consumption, but they also want to do this temporary consumption. And so she's explained, she testified in front of us, and she said, we want to make it like a winery, like a flight of products. And they'll be left out of this because they're B2B. And so they couldn't take that concept and move it down the road because that's a temporary event, and they couldn't showcase their outdoor sun-grown products because they're B2B. Does that make sense?
Yes. Commissioner Stebbins and then Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's the point we're struggling with. If paper crane, using them as an example, outdoor cultivator, eligible for a social consumption license. So now when we give them a social consumption license, they are eligible to sell directly to the consumer. Just trying to make that transition from us saying they're eligible to sell to a consumer, moving it over into the event space, they should be eligible then to come and be a vendor or pop up a tent or whatever at a marijuana event organizers.
That's right.
Event.
To show their sun-grown cannabis.
And this will all be subject to training and making sure that people are.
I'm not quite sure why we even need this provision at all.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you. I think that the confusion right here is between whether paper crane is choosing to be a warehouser or not here so that they can sell themselves.
Please, Commissioner Stebbins.
Again, it's a good example Commissioner Roy and I are familiar with. Social equity, outdoor cultivator. First of all, they'd be able to sell at their location because of the changes we're making directly to the consumer. If they want to go and are recruited by a marijuana event organizer.
As if a vintner showed up at someone else's place.
So the vendor is showing up at the marijuana event organizer's event. They're still eligible because we have licensed them previously to sell directly to a consumer. So they should.
How that reads.
And I think that's where we're looking for clarification. I see it, that language is all encompassing, but now I'm kind of hearing something.
So if I can just restate, the bottom line is you want to make sure that this is accessible to that.
We want to make sure the outgrow farmers and people who are, sun-grown cannabis that have been harmed, who are excited about and have a concept, who testified in front of us, are not just relegated to their premises. They can partner at other events.
So can we just ask the legal team to maybe think about this and we can, do you have enough feedback right now that you can mull this and come back with something that satisfies what I think Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy?
Can't we just strike and license to sell to consumers?
Attorneys.
Madam Chair. Excuse me. I think we certainly can. It's just a policy consideration of the board. So I guess and I know there's been many restatements of what this situation is. So I just want to clarify for my own mind. So I guess the question is, who can the marijuana event organizer subcontract with? And do they have to have a license already at the time? Because we have the exclusivity, they wouldn't necessarily be eligible for a social consumption establishment license. I don't know if Paper Cranes is a social equity or not. Okay, so they are. So if they are, and if they obtain that social consumption establishment license, then they would be business. Then they would be business to consumer. They could be one of those subcontracting parties. I guess the question is do you want to allow licensees who are not yet eligible because of the exclusivity period, who are a cultivator like Paper Cranes, but they're not equity? Do you want to allow them to come in and be the subcontractor?
Mr. Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to interchange some terminology, subcontractor versus a vendor, or a vendor,
Yes.
sorry. If I'm the marijuana event organizer, right, I have to be social equity to get that license type, but I want to go and organize an event that, say, I want to invite Paper Crane to be at. At the same time, I may go to a non-equity retailer and say, you can participate also in my event. So this is clarification around
I agree with
the broad
that.
space of all this, but
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Stebbins, and my concern is supply chain issues. So if you only allow equity to partner with equity, is there enough equity to have 50 tables?
That's a good point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. And again, we are talking about supply, and we are talking about the other side of the equity equation, making sure that people can access the product that they want. So, Attorney Bruno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think that was ever what, at least, I mean, I understand that language can be clarified, certainly, but I just want to say the intent of the drafting was to include non-equity retailers, if delivery operators, those businesses already established that can sell business to consumer, in addition to those who would be able to obtain those social consumption establishment licenses in the exclusivity period. So it would, the intent, I think maybe we're saying the same thing, but I can see how the language can be clarified. So I just wanted to, I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page so I can draft something that's effective for the board.
Commissioner, I mean, do you want to, do you think she is?
I do. I think because
The supply issue that you raised is actually something else.
Yes, and plus we have oversupply, right? And so maybe opening up these markets, these channels will help with the oversupply. I don't know, the price compression. But the way it reads now, we can all read that sentence and all come up with a different interpretation of what it means. So I don't know if there's language we can bake in. So we all read it, we all say, we all agree on what the interpretation is.
Attorney Bruno?
Absolutely, we could certainly do that. We're on the same page though, correct? Like we're thinking along the same lines?
Please,
Thank you. So we're saying that anyone is licensed to sell B to C, approved by the commission, can participate in these temporary events, including but not limited to equity. Maybe there's the language. There you go.
All right. So well, you'll get that language for us and we can finish that. You comfortable?
yeah, I think thank you, Chair. I think we're all trying to get to the same end. And, you know, the working group, I think Commissioner Roy, to your point, the working group is thinking of an equity eligible marijuana event organizer. If I want to sell booth space to somebody who's not equity, I should have the opportunity to do that. And we even at one point, I think, Mike, you were part of those conversations thinking how much of your event would be equity versus non-equity. So we went through all that diatribe and just decided to leave it up to the marijuana event organizers to what they want to do. I think some clarification here, but
Can I just raise a question? Once again, I don't know what is happening with Teams, but I got kicked out. And now I am looking and it says that there are 0 attendees. Do you see that as well?
I have 66 attendees.
Okay, so then maybe it's just me. All right.
You can ask follow up.
Well, yeah, you see that, but I'm not seeing it, and I had to kick out and come back in. So I just want to make sure we're not having any more transmission broadcast problems. And now I can see it again. Okay, I don't know if Paul did some magic someplace, but now it's up there. Okay, thank you.
And we added 2 attendees.
Yeah. Very interesting stuff. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we have some consensus, and we can hear back from you. And moving on, Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the last section under marijuana event organizer, we are now at the very bottom of page 33 to 34, section T. Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-110-5 and 935 CMR 500-110-6, a marijuana event organizer shall not be required to install a security alarm for a temporary consumption event. The addition here is the citation of 500-110-5, 501, which is the security requirements for indoor establishments. 110-6 was for outdoor establishments. And so envisioning these as, again, temporary events, I think it was the board's position that they didn't want to require an event organizer to have to install these significant alarm systems. And so we have included that citation for the indoor spaces as well.
Commissioner Red?
Should we put language, but must provide the commission alternative security plan measures? Because this could.
Why is it I don't know if I know what you're getting at. What do you mean alternative?
So they still have to.
I think what they're saying is this is
an alarm to an alarm. This is specific to an alarm. But they will provide the commission with security plan for the temporary.
Attorney Baker, yes.
Thank you. And good question, Commissioner Roy. This is the security plan. The briefing language has taken that's place. So we could cross-site to that but yeah, we have the security plan for all other licenses. And again, because this is more transient.
We have to be realistic.
Right. So.
And I understand that, but I just want to make sure that there's no abdication of security responsibility, and how do we ensure that up?
Safety. You were public safety, not public health, but all right, moving on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we will move to page 48, which is additional requirements for social consumption establishments.
48?
Yes.
That's what was needed. Okay, Attorney Bruno, you want to?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I was looking at my own notes, and so I apologize. We're actually gonna be at page 60, so that's my mistake. I do apologize. Too many documents. I'm looking at it thinking, where are we?
Page 60?
Yes, page 60. And this, just as a header, is the responsible vendor training.
Okay.
And so on page 60, we're at 500-105 2B8, and these are the additional social consumption establishment responsible vendor training requirements. Social consumption core curriculum. In addition to the basic core curriculum, all marijuana establishment agents acting as employees of a social consumption establishment licensee shall attend and successfully complete social consumption core curriculum prior to performing job functions in a social consumption establishment, which shall, to the extent not covered in basic core curriculum, include without limitation training on strategies for de-escalating potentially dangerous situations, procedures for addressing medical or public safety emergencies, collecting and communicating information to assist in investigations, procedures for checking identification, recognizing signs of impairment from alcohol or cannabis use, regulation requirements for licensed social consumption establishment licensees, and such other areas of training determined by the Commission to be included in a responsible vendor training program. This is certainly a policy consideration area. If there's anything else that the board would like to see added to this section, I believe there was one public comment in regards to CPR training, which is why we're highlighting it here.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm comfortable with the languages we have it. I know and I think you and I are working on this to develop what the full breadth of the curriculum might look like. So I think the language without limitation can give us some flexibility after we engage Mass Chiefs and a number of other outside stakeholders, as well as look at, the one program that Jessica Porter from DGAP found us that New Mexico currently offers. So I think this gives us flexibility if we go above and beyond what we have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roy, are you looking at the Bible here?
So to harmonize it with the pre-event public safety event brief report plan. So we have page 4, the staffing rules and communication. So I'm just wondering if we need to add that obligation has been met. A line that.
You're talking about page 13 of this?
I'm talking page 4 on the draft of the public event safety report, to harmonize it with 8 on page 60. That says, all marijuana establishments acting as employees of a social consumption establishment licensee shall attend and successfully complete the social consumption core curriculum. So I would just say if we could add a line that's been, so you have the staffing roles. So the managerial staff, that's who's being reached. We don't need to know who's working it, I guess.
Director.
If I may, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I understand the question to be that for a municipality or for us would recognize that the point of contact for an event would be somebody who's RVT trained as a licensed agent, those types of things. Therefore, it could be referenced on here. I do think as well that really part of the process would be that anybody who's working this event would need to be a registered agent RVT trained. I understood the point of contact here to be that any emergency personnel or us who needed to contact somebody at the last second, we knew who to do that with, but I think the point is, well.
If I may, please. Thank you. So I think both can be true, the point of contact, but so this is requiring all registered agents that are employees of a social consumption. That's mandatory. It shall complete basic and social consumption RVT. So not some, but also everybody at an event that works the booths, 50 tables, everybody's had basic and social consumption training. So I think we just want to confirm that. That's all I'm saying, a confirmation of that.
Commissioner Stebbins and then Attorney Bruno.
Sure. It's a good point. I think one place we may be able to capture, and again, I know this form is a work in process, but asking name, title, phone, email, agent registration number.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, Attorney Bruno.
All certainly well taken. On the checklist of attachments on this template on page 13, It includes proof of staff training. So that would include.
That's what I was looking at on page 17.
So we can certainly retitle that to, responsible vendor training, the core and social consumption establishment.
So what you're saying there is age verification, that is what's going to necessarily be encompassed in the RVT when we put that together.
We can certainly use those defined terms. Certainly a work in progress.
But when it says here proof of staff training, do you need to say RVT?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And I'm a broken record. This is a really good piece.
So it really is. And then I know folks are watching us and be like, why don't the commissioners have better working knowledge? Like, we just got it too. So we're absorbing it on the fly. So in case it seems like we're not familiar with it, it's because we're not familiar with it.
But this is the example of the duck sort of floating along and the little feet. You guys have been doing a lot of work that we can't see. So thank you. All right, Attorney Bruno, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wish we could have shared this with the board sooner. It's all tight. And so we just trying to get everything to you as soon as we can. And I appreciate all of your input. The last amendment in this particular section, in 8, it was a spelling error for the word performing. It was just spelled incorrectly with some redlining. So there was that correction there.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any questions? Not seeing none. Moving on.
We'll move to page 78.
Okay.
And we are at 500-110-1L, and this is all housed under security requirements for marijuana establishments. And that reads, ensuring that all marijuana and marijuana products are sold, served, stored, and consumed out of plain sight and are not visible from a public place outside of the marijuana establishment without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. Based upon the discussions that the board has had at past public meetings, we have included in our handy page guide here some proposed legal amendments for consideration, and I'm happy to read those.
Please do.
So the first would be to the same section on page 78, 500-110-1L, to read, ensuring that all marijuana and marijuana products are kept, sold, or stored out of plain sight and are not visible from a public place outside of the marijuana establishment without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. The next would be underneath the additional social consumption establishment requirements specific to indoor smoking consumption area requirements. The citation there would be 500-141-10 with a new subsection M as a carve out. All combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products within an indoor smoking consumption area shall occur out of plain sight and shall not be visible from a public place outside of their marijuana establishment, or in the case of a temporary consumption event, the event premises, without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. And similarly, for the outdoor smoking consumption area requirements, a new subsection H, which would similarly read, all combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products within an outdoor smoking consumption area shall occur out of plain sight and shall not be visible from a public place outside of the marijuana establishment, or in the case of a temporary consumption event, the event premises, without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. And finally, this is relative to social consumption establishment SOPs at 500-141-2F. Security procedures, including specific plans for securing entrances security procedures, including specific plans for securing entrances, and that all marijuana and marijuana products are kept, stored, sold, and if applicable, consumed out of plain sight and not visible from a public place.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments or questions here? Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. and Attorney Bruno, thanks for making the changes under 101, 101L. I guess is I'm looking at M. Do we not already have enough safeguards that people would not be able to see indoor smoking consumption going on?
Attorney Bruno. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stebbins, so this was really for consistency, and it would, if there are windows in that indoor smoking consumption area, those would have to be the opaque windows, just like a retailer. So if there's something relative to smoking, what we heard at prior public meetings was concerns of views of smoking and combustion. So if there is a policy position that indoor smoking would not need that type of opaque window covering, then we can certainly strike that proposed amendment.
I'm also thinking, like, I hear Commissioner Stebbins saying it already has to be opaque. However, my sense is that there may be some places that may do some additions, have to do renovations. And so I think that, is it going to be a glassed in patio or something? You know what I mean? So while many of the brick and mortar places already are behind opaque walls, windows, whatever, if there is any addition, physical addition, not just within the footprint that's right there. Because again, I've given the example of a local retailer, that's near my house, and I look at that, and that's what I've been talking about with the making sure that we have a delineated area about where consumption, we're not talking smoking, but where consumption is going to be. So my sense is that a place like that, if they ever wanted to do this, they're going to have to blow out the back, or maybe and by the way, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a glassed in, place you could open windows and do things like that, plus the ventilation. So anyway, do you think it's not, I like less language, as you know, so I generally agree with that thinking, but I do think that it may not be fully encompassed if in terms of what we want to accomplish when it comes to keeping smoking out of view.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. Again, it's do we not already prevent the indoor consumption from being viewed anyways within what we already have existing? But I hear your point about if they add a new space, if they build a glass roof so they can get daylight into a consumption lounge. I'm okay with it just for consistency. It's an extra paragraph. The other question I had was with respect to, or maybe did we jump down to page 99 yet? Or no, we're still on this with 78.
We are on page 99. Well, we finished on page 99 of this conversation.
And I guess that just kind of brings me back to, I think, the question you and I both raised, Chair, last time about, are we comfortable, or where did we land with respect to consuming non-combustion products potentially in public view? And I didn't know if this section was trying to address that or not.
Oh, okay. So
maybe I'm reading it wrong. Sorry.
Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner Stebbins. So this on page 99, that subsection there for SOPs for social consumption establishments, they're going to have security procedures about the marijuana products kept, sold, and stored out of plain sight. And if they have smoking involved in one of their consumption areas, then they would need to also make sure that they have procedures relative to keeping consumption out of plain sight. And so that is the reason for the term, if applicable, consumed out of plain sight. But certainly we would welcome any necessary amendments or clarification if needed.
So restate what we could be considering here.
Yes, Madam Chair. So essentially, if there is a I'll use an example of a supplemental on-site. If they are building an outdoor patio and they're going to have outdoor smoking area, then they would also need to have a policy and procedure in addition to keeping the sale and storage of marijuana out of plain sight. They're also going to need a procedure to keep the view of consumption in the smoking areas out of plain sight. But that they wouldn't need that procedure if they're just operating an outdoor area that's non-smoking. And so the intent of that language is just to capture both types of establishments, whether they have smoking or non-smoking. Does that help answer the question?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. So we're, but again, we're delineating what you can and can't see based on how it's consumed.
Yes. If that's the policy position of the
I
board.
think that was consensus that we reached at during the last meeting. Yes. Commissioner Roy?
It might not be for today, but at some point I want to talk about the buffer zones in schools. And I just want to flag it for today. It's 500 feet, but the municipality can go lower than that floor. I'm comfortable allowing that 100 feet from a school door. So at some point, it doesn't have to be today, but I'd like to talk about buffer zones.
And just remind me, I remember the issue of buffer zones. I remember that there was a
500 feet.
500 feet that
Communities can
further.
less or further. They can make it greater
Make it
or less than. So we have the discrepancy in regs to talk about. Oh, let me ask through the chair. Is it okay?
Yep.
Deputy General Counsel. I know the regulations speak to buffer zones, but we could do a carve out buffer zone if we wanted to. For schools.
The statute.
The statute is clear, and we can't be more restrictive than the statute, but does the statute allow for the municipality to go lower than the floor? So it's in statute, there's nothing we can do.
No, and it's set up by the municipality if they want to go lower than that. So ultimately, it's their discretion where they sign.
Randall's example of the restaurant in Cambridge.
Yeah. Okay. So then it's there's no leeway.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
No, but Commissioner Roy, I think you raise a good point. I see it maybe being the work of the kind of local government working group to say, not only here's how you opt in, but here's some of the stipulations you are allowed to do and reflecting on what's in statutes. Like you can do the 500 feet, you can do 100 feet. Like it's kind of that local land use.
I hear your hesitation, but my sense is I think that as communities set this up, they're going to be likely extremely sensitive to this issue.
I don't know, because we've gotten complaints about billboards in front of schools and bus stops. So I don't know, you know.
Yeah, but the municipality is controlling that mass, whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
That regulates billboards. So that's what I'm saying is that when I think of the local oversight here, I think you're going to have a lot of feedback from people in the area. I think that municipalities, again, the billboard is an example, but municipalities don't get to determine speech or, you know, what's going to be on a billboard in their community. So, moving on.
I didn't mean to derail it.
No. Can't tell you, this is our time to do this, and we know we're going to have to be fixing things, and the less we have to fix in the future, the better it is. So that's good. All right, Attorney Bruno, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will move to page 101. And this is 500-141-3, limitations on sales. I will read section B, which reads, excuse me, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-105-6C2E and in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-6E and 935 CMR 1504. At the point of service, a social consumption establishment shall not serve more than 3.5 grams of marijuana flower to a consumer at one time, or no more than 2 servings of marijuana-infused products, excluding edibles, not to exceed 10 milligrams of Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol to a consumer at one time, or no more than 4 servings of edibles, not to exceed 20 milligrams of Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol at one time. A social consumption establishment shall further ensure that any combination of marijuana flower and marijuana-infused products, including beverages and edibles, served to a consumer at one time does not exceed the equivalent of 3.5 grams of marijuana flower, 10 milligrams of Delta-9, I'll just say THC, of marijuana-infused products, and 20 milligrams of Delta-9 THC of edibles in total.
I feel like this is not consistent with what I'm looking at. What page are we on? 101?
We are on, yes, Madam Chair, we are on page 101. It's the very top, B, point of service limitations, and 1.
But on this handout, yeah, I feel like I'm not seeing like your.
The language isn't listed in the page guide. It is in the draft.
It's not on, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, I couldn't find it.
All right. Okay. Sorry.
It should be all red underlined.
I'm actually through this. I'm looking at this. What is this?
Looks like it's before. I think what's happened is because of the way some of the comments are listed on your copy, the page numbers are a little bit off. But if you grab some of those ones down there, we'll be able to get you to it.
I'm looking at that right here. Okay, so it's page 99.
On your, I'm not sure why, it's just your copy, but we'll double check that again. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So,
are you all speaking?
Yeah. Are you in a different place than I am?
No, the iteration that I have printed is aligning.
And Mr. Stebbins, you're going on there? Okay. So we're actually on page.
I have 101 on.
So I have limitation on sales, and I have. So I'm on 99. I don't know why that's different. That's okay. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Madam Chair, if you'd like, I can certainly.
Thank you, because I was trying to follow and I couldn't see it, so I'm just on the wrong page, so I don't know how to say it. If you don't mind.
Absolutely. So B, point of service limitations. 1, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-1056C2C, and in accordance with 935 500-1056E and 935 CMR 500-1504, at the point of service, a social consumption establishment shall not serve more than 3.5 grams of marijuana flower to a consumer at one time, or no more than 2 servings of marijuana-infused products, excluding edibles, not to exceed 10 milligrams of Delta-9, and I'll just say THC, to a consumer at one time, or no more than 4 servings of edibles not to exceed 20 milligrams of Delta-9 THC to a consumer at one time. A social consumption establishment shall further ensure that any combination of marijuana flower and marijuana-infused products, including beverages and edibles, served to a consumer at one time does not exceed the equivalent of 3.5 grams of marijuana flower, 10 milligrams of Delta-9 THC of marijuana-infused products, and 20 milligrams of Delta-9 THC of edibles in total. Of course, this is certainly a policy consideration for the board as far as these limits and any limitations as to what's in front of a consumer at one time.
I'll just state, and again, this is because I didn't get a chance to hear all of the testimony or ask people in real time. We've sort of referenced this as kind of the Red Sox 2 beers at a time. And not that I know this for a fact, but when you buy 2 beers at the Red Sox game, you're bringing that into an unregulated area. It's not age restricted. There could be kids. So 1, you don't want to overserve people, but 2, there's an added element of kids being there, and you don't want people to be handing off alcohol to, people who are under 21. What I have heard from a small handful of people who pushed back in conversations on this is that, and I may not be an expert, and I know Commissioner Roy, you and Commissioner Stebbins, you are more deeply steeped in understanding some of the stuff. But what I have heard is that the tolerance level, varies. I don't know if this is true, more widely perhaps than with alcohol. And I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard, different tolerance levels. So the issue that I want to make sure that we're not creating is that someone may be very different, may opt to, it's like someone wanting wine versus a bourbon, right? And someone may have a different tolerance for that. But I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped around how do we make sure that we're not catering to the least common denominator and making sure that it's more like a bar. So I just raised that with my fellow commissioners because, I've given the Tavern in the Square margarita example where you do have to have a certain number of people sitting there, but there is not the limitation on necessarily what one person can have. So I just raised that. I know Commissioner
Scorpion Bowls.
The Scorpion Bowls at Ding Ho Lounge. So anyway, dating myself. But anyway, I know Commissioner Roy, you have a difference of opinion here. So, but I just feel that this might need a little bit of tweaking, but I'd love to get your feedback on that and that of Commissioner Stebbins, because we had this conversation and I just am not sure that this level of stringency is needed. So I just raised that with my fellow commissioners, asking them to opine. Commissioner Roy?
Maybe we should break it down by product type.
Okay.
So let's look at flour. So this is prescribing that a social consumption establishment shall not serve more than 3.5 grams of marijuana flour to a consumer at one time. So if you do the math, 3.5 grams goes into 1 ounce, approximately 8.09 times. So I can walk into Shannon's retail and buy an ounce of flour, but I can't walk into Shannon's cafe and buy an ounce at one time. I can buy 3.5 grams of flour at one time. So that's not consistent with retail.
Right.
So do we say, instead of 3.5 grams, do we say not serve more than 1 ounce of marijuana flour to a consumer at one time? Just throwing it out there for consideration.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. Commissioner Stebbins, do you?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to hear from Deputy Chief C. I think, part of where I think this is coming is offering some clarification, because a lot of concern raised at the public hearing of, you're telling me I can't buy what I'd be able to buy.
That's what I'm saying, exactly.
In the retail side. And I think this language clarifies that you can buy up to the daily purchase limit.
Just you got to go back and forth.
And I think we've tried to clarify that in terms of somebody can now come to your table and you can order more, and closing out your overall bill at the end of the day. Again, this for me is pretty clear. This is also, thinking about what the market is for social consumption there's a difference. Well, two things. There's a difference between what I go into the retail and buy. Chances are I'm not consuming all of that at one time, right? I'm bringing it home, smoking a pre-roll now, maybe a pre-roll the next day, whatever. I think this also feeds into, the few lounge operators out there, certainly not in Massachusetts, obviously, but folks that I've talked to in other jurisdictions are like, there's almost a business approach of, what do we say, go low, start slow, or go slow, start low, in terms of you want the customer to stay, you want them to engage, you want them to order food, you want them to stay and watch a ball game or a music act or something, and kind of spacing out. Plus, if we're thinking about a whole new market of potential customers, folks may be trying this for the same time that don't know what their tolerance is yet. So maybe it is best in, a social consumption hospitality space to kind of just pace it out, similar to how you would treat somebody in a bar. You don't give them the whole bottle of Jack. You kind of break it out. But again, going back to what I heard at the public hearing, you're not letting us buy up to the daily purchase limit. I think we've clarified that. And I don't want it to keep going. Sorry. I don't want to have to keep going back up, right? We're trying to make the point of sale and the further ordering as hospitality and customer friendly as possible.
I hear the hospitality, but I just want to make sure that we're satisfying the needs of kind of the range of customers, the novice who may be coming in, as well as the more experienced, higher tolerance customer. And I don't know what that. I will tell you, when I look at 3.5 grams, and Commissioner Ray has done the math, but I don't know what that means. I know what a glass of wine means. I know what a beer means. I know what a shot of, whiskey means, but I don't know if I understand what that 3.5 grams of marijuana flower means. And Commissioner Ray, I think you might have a better sense of that than I do. I don't know how this impacts Attorney Baker.
Thank you. 3.5 grams is 1/8. So you divide an ounce, which is the daily allotment, up 8 times. There's a lot of joints that are offered at our retail establishments that are either a half of a gram or a full gram. So you could essentially, if you want to think about it in joint form, it would be either 3.5 joints of 1 gram or 7. I'm not good at math on so.
But I'm just saying, one person could get 3.5. That's what that serving is.
28.349 grams equals 1 ounce.
Okay. I thought you were saying that is the equivalent of 1/8 of an ounce. Is that the right one here? Okay.
1/8 of an ounce is equivalent to 3.5 grams of
okay.
flour.
Okay.
So again, if you're thinking about it in joint form, it would be 7 half-gram joints or 3.5 full-gram joints.
This one I may have to defer to your collective expertise, unless we have a voice here.
If I may mention,
please.
Commissioner Stephens, can you walk through again the mindset of the 3.5 grams and the hospitality component? And I know you said it, but
yeah, again, not really being specific to all the numbers, but I think we're trying to parse out
the concept,
the daily purchase, kind of breaking it up so that you could consume over a longer period of time, right? Again, is I heard the comment at the public listening session of the public hearing, people saying, well, I can go to retail and get this. You're telling me if I go to social consumption, you're not letting me buy as much. And again, I think where we've, the TGC will correct me or Attorney Bruno will correct me if I'm wrong. We're now saying, yes, you can be on the social consumption side and buy up to the daily purchase limits. We're just parsing out how much is in front of you at one time. And you may, again, regulators are probably the worst people to be entrepreneurs, but if I was selling, I might come up with a whole new line of products that I'm just making available on my social consumption side. So if somebody buys a new pre-roll that I'm just offering on that side of the house and I try it and I don't like it, I don't want to also have a huge order of stuff that, we're also thinking deli style as well is I might want to mix and match products. So I think this is where the language is trying to get to, is to accommodate for all that.
But I think the businesses can do that also. I mean, I want to just make sure that we're not tailoring this to sparking creativity among businesses. They're going to have to figure that out themselves. Again, I'm Commissioner Roy.
So I'm sure we've all heard about folks, we check IDs, but we don't save the information on adult use and bouncing from one dispensary to another because who's going to know, right? Like they're bouncing. And so, and in theory, I hear what you're saying, but in reality, like what's the time limit? I get it. Can I go back up a minute later and buy more? Like, how does that work?
That's the question that I have.
Like, in other words, I get my 3.5 grams. Can I go back up 2 minutes later and buy another 3 point?
Mr. Stebbins?
I'm just reading through the language. I hear Commissioner Roy's question. It's selling to all of those provisions to a consumer at one time. You're right. I could get it, put it on a plate in front of me, and I turn around and say, by the way, I want my next order. So keep it coming. Again, it used the Fenway beer mentality. I could buy my 2 beers, walk over, give them to another friend, and hop right back in line. So I don't think we're doing anything to necessarily limit that in any way.
I'm a little stumped on.
Do you have anything?
What do we do? Well, I guess my question is if
I have another question too.
Go ahead.
My question is the tax is on the consumer. So like when you go to BJ's, you buy the big can of spaghetti sauce or whatever it is.
Right.
You're buying in volume because it's more cost effective than buying the bunch of cans to add up to that amount. And so you're paying tax on, you're saving the price, the big can, and you're just paying less tax than you would if you were at up all 6 cans to get to that. So I know there's price compression, but so I don't know. And the retailers, is it, if I'm a cancer patient and doesn't have access to an MTC and I need high strength, high dose,
right.
And so now I have to go back up 3 times, and would it have been cheaper just to be able to buy the one? I don't know if pricing plays a factor into this, but just kind of thinking out loud. Like I'm thinking of a cancer patient that lives in a rental, federal housing, right?
Yeah.
No access to an MTC because we have MTC deserts, goes here, needs a high potency, high dose. They got to go back.
Right.
Numerous times.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you. You're bringing up an excellent point, Commissioner Roy. I think that's why we chose to define open bill so that folks didn't have to close out their tab each iteration so that they can keep it open and get the benefit of the daily allotment over the course of the time they're there. So again, it's not, you need to do the transaction and close out your tab each time.
But buying 8 joints, or how many joints did you say? would
Seven.
7 joints individually
So
add up to more and more tax versus buying one, just one amount.
Attorney Baker?
thank you. And thank you for letting me clarify, Commissioner Roy. If I went up to a social consumption bar and I said, I want to buy an ounce of flour, I could buy the ounce of flour under this current draft. I just wouldn't be able to take more than an eighth of that flour with me to my seat or to the consumption area. So I'd then go back.
How long?
And the agent behind the bar would hold it. But again, this is a bit of when we were drafting this. This was the technical difficulties that we ran into.
May I?
Commissioner Roy?
But for how long, Deputy General Counsel? So I can only take that back to for how long?
Do you have to consume it? We're not telling them they have to consume it right there. Or we are, so do you have to consume it?
We did not say that, and we didn't say the length of time. So it's up to the board to make.
So are we just creating red tape that doesn't need to, it feels red tape-ish,
But that's what
I don't know.
If we're
I'm
not
just asking.
because the Red Sox beer analogy, you're not taking that beer home.
Oh, you're not.
And you can go back in line, and no one's stopping you from going back in line. You can go back in line as many times as you want, but
Until they see.
until you fall, yeah, something, season ticket holder.
That's based off seeing other people.
Yeah. Executive Director,
Just adding one thought to the conversation here, which is, you can go buy alcohol at Costco, right? But if you go into a bar, they're not selling you the same price and those types of things as Costco. But ultimately, so I just adding into the equation here that these businesses are going to have to obviously make money. So they are also going to have the opportunity to make their own business decisions. So I think as well as obviously you're setting the framework here, and then the businesses are going to do what they need to do within that framework. That I don't see a scenario where they're going to want to sell at cost of, similar to a Costco comparison, that they need to make money. And so similar to that, they're selling individuals generally, but they'll set their own pricing models as well. So I think as you're thinking about the limits, just recognizing that they'll make their own businesses.
you just sparked a thought. So I may like more expensive glass of wine, but I can't order it by the glass. So I buy a bottle. And in many instances, you're supposed to be able to bring that bottle home. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm not going to drink the whole bottle of wine, but I can take that bottle home with me. That's Attorney Baker.
That's exactly how this is understood to be the case as well. We modeled it after that court.
My point is that I don't see here. I don't have that expensive glass of wine. You know what I mean? If I wanted to buy the larger amount, I can buy the larger amount. I don't have to consume the whole thing, right? So that's what I'm just saying is that how do I do this without having to go in line again? If that's my choice, how do I do this where I can get up to that limit without having to go in line 3-4 times? So that's what I'm trying to get around. Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think your analogy is helpful because it's easier to help kind of distinguish what you can do with alcohol versus what this draft would allow. So this draft would allow you to buy the expensive bottle of alcohol, but the server would keep the bottle and come and pour the glass. So you'd only have the glass at once. Whereas what I think is normally, at least in my experience, is the bottle's kept on the table.
Right.
With alcohol, the server will come, bring the bottle, leave the bottle at the table, and you can serve yourself while you're enjoying your meal. This draft, and this is, of course, a policy consideration as it's written, would require the server to take the bottle back with them.
Right.
And if you would like another glass, they would need to come and pour it.
Mr. Wright?
But my understanding about our model is there's no service at the table. They have to go up and get the remaining of their order. It's like we're not coming to the wait staff is not, bartenders aren't going to them with their remaining pre-rolls. The consumer would have to go up to the counter to get their pre-rolls.
Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the separation is only required for indoor smoking. So indoor non-smoking consumption areas, that commingling of spaces.
We're on flower right now.
So that would obviously only be able to be smoked inside under an indoor smoking consumption area. So it would be separated, to your point.
Okay, and then I know I had another point on top of that point, but
Could I make a suggestion?
Lunch.
We're closing in at lunchtime. We can have individual conversations with the legal team and then maybe come back with a little refresh.
well, I know what my other point was.
Oh, go ahead, right.
So if I go up and I buy the 7 pre-rolls, 7.5 pre-rolls, and I am allowed to take how many back to my table with me?
All 7.
All 7. Okay. Under the current. So if what we allowed the full ounce to be purchased at once, then I could take. So what happens if the splitting the order and I have to go back? You said I could pay for it up front. That's a whole other, how is it stored? It's purchased now. So when it's purchased, it's out of metric. It gets out of metric. So now you have product no longer in metric. How is that stored? Where is that stored until the consumer is, that just creates a metric problem, I see.
Madam Chair, thank you. And who actually has possession is something we wrestled with when we were writing this. We felt that it was appropriate for the agent to hold on to it for the consumer in this time frame. If that's again, this is how the board had asked us to write it. So we were trying to reflect that intent throughout and felt as though that the agent holding the remainder of the allotment was appropriate.
Okay, if I may, please. We got a little queasy with that when we said, remember the locker concept we had? And everybody was like, the licensees are like, no, we don't want to be responsible once and this is the same concept. Now it's been purchased, it's no longer in metric, and it's basically the same concept without a locker. And so if something were to happen to that product, who's responsible for that? And so I just think it can create unintended consequences. It's the locker model without the locker.
I would suggest I entertain a motion to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30, and then that'll give us 90 minutes-ish to get ready for our listening session. Want to make sure that we get through as much of this as possible. But anyway, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until 1:30. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Right, having been moved and seconded, call the roll. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are in recess until 1:30.
All right. Hello. I'm here. They are taking a half-hour lunch recess. I'll see if I can get us something to watch. I don't really want to talk very much. I'm kind of tired, and I'm not driving all the way out to Worcester. Not feeling it. Very interesting, though, right, Nunya? We learned a lot today. I'm a tired little towel. Let me see if a Red Bull will help. And we're in recess. So if you've been watching along, I don't think they're going to finish this. This is absurd. I cannot believe how much work this is. They've been doing this for weeks. I mean, they spaced it out, but it's still not done. If you're just tuning in, the social consumption work, they're getting there. I mean, they need to get the whole package completed, but they're at page like 110, and there's probably like, I don't know how many more paragraphs between that and the end page. It's a lot, but they're getting there. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and I appreciate you tuning in. We'll watch something over lunch. I think President Trump had a press conference, but that was just about lowering Medicare prices or Medicaid prices, which I suppose is good, but it was not a major news announcement. We'll jump around a little bit, see what's going on, see if we can get caught up on any of the day's developments. Nunya has some feedback. If a crook knows a lounge has a large amount of cash, they're probably going to try to rob it. Yeah, I think there's rules about cash storage in the regulations. It's the same with dispensaries, Nunya. Businesses that have a lot of cash on hand tend to have regulations about how often they have to do drop-offs and pickups and etc. So, Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's like a pizza place or any other high-volume cash-only business. There are certain risks that come with it, and I think their security companies are generally well-trained. But yeah, CCC's on lunch for half an hour. We haven't been covering any cases or anything. We're just doing a regulatory hearing. I guess maybe that's what I'll do. I think it's important to me that I go out there and make this point. So I'm going to end my coverage early today. I'm going to actually go out there for the 3 p.m. listening session and make some comments. So thanks so much for tuning in. We're going to cut this feed a little early, and I'm going to go do my public duty. I think I can pull it off, and I'm going to go. It's important to me, this DIA report. So instead of just sticking through lunch and watching a little bit more before they close, we'll end the stream today. I appreciate you, Nanya, everyone else who tuned in. You all have a great afternoon. You should be able to watch my live comments to the commission at some point, but I got to actually get out there, so let me do that. God bless each and every one of you. Hi, Flintstone. I'm actually going to go out and, I'm sorry, Flintstone. I would love to spend more time with you all today, but I want to go out. I want to go out there and actually make a comment to the CCC, so I can stay for a few minutes and talk to you. But no, they're on lunch till 1:30, and I think I do want to go out there. It's important to me to be able to deliver these comments about Dr. Johnson's DIA report and the Donahue Institute. So let me do that. But Flintstone, I promise we will see each other again, if not tomorrow, then at the very latest sometime over the weekend. I think I'm doing something Saturday, but maybe Sunday or Monday. We will see each other, I promise you. And Flintstone, if you have an X or if you want to reach out to me, my email is grantsmithellis@gmail.com. You can do that anytime. And I'm really grateful we got to spend some time together today, friends. Thank you so much for watching the CCC hearing, and we got to talk about a bunch of other things as well. So God bless you, and if you need me, you know where to find me, and I want you to have a great rest of your Thursday. And you know how I like to end these streams, which is by saying if you benefited from today, if you had fun playing trivia, you learned something, try to pay it forward. Look for a reason to do a small act of service or kindness out there today. Donate to our homeless veterans if you want to. Maybe an animal shelter run by veterans. An animal shelter in and of itself is good. Say hello to someone on the street, maybe. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Look for a reason to make the world a better place. Donate 200 tomato plants. Have them designated honorary towels like Francis Futrell did one time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think a better world is possible. A better world is possible because of you all. I think we can live up to our tau eudaimonia, live up to our summum bonum in the ancient Greek or the Latin, our greatest good, and in that way, change the current realpolitik from one so insidiously centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love and small acts of service. In that way, we'll bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer, standing tall, carrying a towel, and proclaiming an era of unconditional compassion. Have a great Thursday, friends. Tao loves you very much. Until we see each other again, thanks for watching. My name's Grant Smith-Ellis. All right, Tao friends on the YouTube, have a great rest of your day. I'm sorry we didn't get to spend lunch together, but I'll see you again soon. I promise. God bless you, Flintstone. God bless you, all my dear friends. And thank you so much for being with me. You know how much it means to me to spend time with you. And I think getting out, I'm going to go for a drive. Hopefully I feel okay. And I think that'll clear my head a little bit. And, we'll see how Tao feels. All right? Big smiles. Tao appreciates you all. Until next time.